Chapter 491. Haha, not bad. Xiao Yan's eyes contained a glint as they swiftly swept over the surrounding sky. He sensed the cold wind whistling past the heavenly flame barrier. His heart's original opinion of the danger of this cold wind had also changed. If this cold wind could be described as a lethal poison to Xiao Yan earlier, at this moment, this cold wind was a miraculous medicinal pill that could revive one's flesh and bones. The Ice Spirit Pill was an important medicinal pill that was related to Xiao Yan's ability to swallow the heavenly flame. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was the most important main ingredient. Xiao Yan's heart naturally viewed it with great importance. Xiao Yan's mind suddenly shook without saying anything. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out at this moment. He waved his large hand and a frightening suction force wildly gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. The surrounding cold wind was also attracted by this force and swiftly gathered toward the hand that Xiao Yan had extended. After being wildly refined by the heavenly flame, the cold wind that was sucked into Xiao Yan's palm turned into an extremely tiny water droplet that was suspended within the heavenly flame for a short period of time. Although the strength of the heavenly flame was frightening, this tiny water droplet was able to endure the high temperature of the heavenly flame for a couple of breaths' time before it was gradually evaporated by the heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, a wild joy immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Being able to possess such a frightening fire-controlling ability, this water droplet was definitely the icy spirit cold liquid. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Yan immediately waved his large hand after making this decision in his heart. Immediately, a wild and violent suction force agglomerated in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. It began to wildly agglomerate the cold wind around him. At the same time, the frightening, heavenly flame unleashed a frighteningly high temperature that could incinerate the sky and boil the sea. Within a short moment, a water droplet the size of a grain of rice was gradually agglomerated on the palm that Xiao Yan had extended in front of him. Although the refining speed could be said to be a drop in the bucket, Xiao Yan's heart still felt extremely happy at this moment. Puff, however, Guyu involuntarily let out a mocking laugh from within his body. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became startled when he sensed the disdain that was transmitted from within his body. Only then did he withdraw the dou qi that had surged out of his body. He frowned and asked Guyu. "Elder Gu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Hee, smelly brat, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. But remember, next time, you must listen to what this old man has to say first before you make a move. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. Don't tell this old man that I'm telling you first, hee." Xiao Yan felt even more puzzled when he heard Guyu's laughter. However, he finally nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Guyu smiled again and said, "That's right. The reason why this old man said that the icy spirit frozen liquid is right in front of you is because the icy spirit frozen liquid exists in this world. Of course, the prerequisite for this existence is that it has been diluted countless times." Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard Guyu's words. He involuntarily thought of something in his heart. Guyu smiled and continued speaking. "Even if all the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world were added together, it is likely less than 1% of the total amount. It is impossible for a small amount of icy spirit frozen liquid to be able to turn this world into a world of ice and snow. Hence, there is definitely a large amount of icy spirit frozen liquid in the interior of Shilin, an icy spirit frozen fountain." Xiao Yan's face was immediately replaced by a dense shock after Guyu's words sounded. Guyu's words were like thunder as they reverberated in Xiao Yan's mind. The last few words caused Xiao Yan's mind to buzz. The icy spirit frozen fountain was a natural treasure that could cause the experts in the entire continent to go crazy over it. Did it really exist somewhere in this place where Xiao Yan was standing? Instead of refining less than 1% of the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world, why don't you try to find the icy spirit frozen fountain? You should understand that as long as you find the icy spirit frozen fountain, the icy spirit frozen liquid contained within it will be dozens or even hundreds of times more than the total amount in this world. Moreover, the purity of the liquid will allow you to directly merge it into a medicinal pill. Whether the two choices are good or bad depends on which one you choose. Guyu laughed before he quickly opened his mouth to speak. Moreover, this old man can roughly sense the location of the icy spirit frozen fountain. If you are willing, this old man can help you find it. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard Guyu's words. There was naturally no need to say what choice he would make. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with longing for the icy spirit frozen fountain. After all, if he could really find the icy spirit frozen fountain, Xiao Yan would be able to obtain it when the time came. Haha, please lead the way, old Gu. I am also extremely curious about the icy spirit frozen fountain. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and respectfully spoke to Guyu. Haha, all right. In that case, let's continue walking. If this old man senses correctly, the icy spirit frozen fountain should be directly in front of you. This time around, you can use this old man's strength. After all, this place is close to the central area of Shilin. The cold wind there is sufficient to take your life. Guyu spoke in a solemn tone. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening do qi immediately rose from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan borrowed this do qi to swiftly raise his aura to an extremely frightening level. Xiao Yan's body moved and the sky absolute step was unleashed. A cool breeze blew across the sky. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared on the horizon. That's right, old Gu, I still have a question that I wish to ask you. Xiao Yan ignored the cold wind around him. A dense white heavenly flame spread from his eyes. The strong wind caused his long white hair to flutter. It was like many small snakes that were twisting in the wind. Oh. What is the question? Let me hear it. Guyu involuntarily felt a little uncertain about Xiao Yan's sudden question. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Yan. I am very curious. When you first arrived in the western region, you did not completely hide your aura, even when facing the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Why is it that you actually, brat, don't tell me you're really treating her as an ordinary woman? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Guyu's voice was quickly transmitted. His words contained some admiration for Bing Shuang. Haha, old Gu, do I look like someone who only cares about appearances? Xiao Yan merely shook his head, smiled, and replied. Regardless of whether you are or not, you must not underestimate the strength of that girl. It is not that I want to say this, but the sect leaders of the 4 great sects are nothing in that girl's eyes. Guyu softly spoke. Soon after, he once again became silent. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was originally swiftly flying forward, once again paused in the empty space. Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids. His dense white eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of him. His body involuntarily trembled under his black clothes. Xiao Yan naturally understood Guyu's words. If Guyu could say this, Bing Shuang's true strength would definitely far surpass the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Since it far surpassed them, Bing Shuang's strength would at the very least be, origin transformation stage. Chapter 492. With the help of Guyu's strength, Xiao Yan was able to move through the cold wind without any hindrance. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Guyu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people, even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Guyu while feeling doubtful in his heart. Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located? Little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located. Guyu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Guyu again. However, the cold qi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all. Unless... Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed after he spoke. A bright glint flashed across his densely white eyes. Your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in this snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring. Guyu had gradually withdrawn his joking mood at this moment. His tone was solemn as he spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face once again revealed a fiery hot expression after Guyu's words. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the dou qi in his body immediately gathered in his palms. His body flashed and appeared in the air above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and curled his fingers into claws as he viciously slashed at the snowy ground below. Wait! However, just as Xiao Yan's claw was about to land, Guyu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiao Yan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Guyu in a deep voice. Old Gu, what is it? Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you make a move without permission, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully. Guyu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. Is it that woman called Bing Shuang? What do you think? Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiao Yan, who had already formed a grudge with the four great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Guyu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiao Yan nodded. Damn it. The thing is right in front of me. Do I have to give up just like that? Anger involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, it turned Xiao Yan into a flaming person. Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is? Hey, brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. At that time. But there is no other way. Guyu's words had yet to fade when Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey, brat, who told you there is no other way? However, Gu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Ha! Xiao Yan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Gu chuckled again and continued. Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased. Xiao Yan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Gu Yu's words. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else. Hey, brat, are you still unwilling to admit it? Gu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, this method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Gu Yu's words. A method that could cause Gu Yu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. Old Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me. Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. Haha, good. I like your decisive character of being able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go. Gu Yu purposely cried out in a solemn tone when he heard Xiao Yan's words. After which, he once again became quiet. Ugh, Gu Yu's silence caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended upon Gu Yu's head. However, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Gu Yu's silence, the dense white flame within Xiao Yan's body and his powerful Do Qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that had adhered to the surface of Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiao Yan's soul to tremble descended upon Xiao Yan's head. This is the price. Chapter 493. Cold wind whistled through the misty world. It was like the roars of magical beasts. The world was lightless, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The entire world appeared to be a land of death. It was desolate, bleak, and devoid of life. At this moment, in this desolate snowy land, there was a ball of brilliant flame that emitted the only light in the snowy land. The fire extended for a distance of a couple of dozen feet. Looking from a distance, it appeared like a flickering star in the clouds. Only when one was close enough would one be able to see the exact appearance of the fire. The firelight was brilliant and colorful. The brilliant light was reflected on the surrounding snow, causing the originally dark and gloomy snow to appear brilliant and colorful at this moment. At this moment, a black-robed figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the brilliant firelight. The eyes of the human figure were tightly shut. His brows were tightly knit. Even though there was a brilliant heavenly flame around him, the face of this human figure was still pale at this moment. Xiao Yan's face appeared to be completely bloodless. Even his originally sleek red lips appeared dry and white at this moment. His skinny body was trembling slightly at this moment. The extremely cold air in the air caused Xiao Yan's aura to become increasingly weak. If this continued, he would be completely frozen in this place by the cold wind that was waiting for an opportunity to strike in less than 15 minutes. As the remaining Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body became increasingly thin, the heavenly flame around Xiao Yan's body also became dimmer. The cold wind in the outside world also became stronger as the strength of the heavenly flame weakened. Old Gu, what kind of method is this? You're simply trying to take this junior's life. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only place his final hope on Guyu. Brat, you should endure for a little longer. Those two little girls are about to arrive. You will naturally be fine as long as they arrive. Ha ha. Guyu laughed when he heard this. It was as though he was not going to attack. Xiao Yan felt even more helpless because of this. He could only do his best to squeeze out the little remaining do qi within his body, hoping that he would be able to endure for a little longer. At the same time, the frightening cold wind outside of the heavenly flame seemed to be aware that Xiao Yan was already at the end of his rope. Numerous invisible cold wind blades violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's heavenly flame as the cold wind whistled. Bang! 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 Each time it struck, it would cause the glow on the heavenly flame barrier to become a little dimmer. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression also became increasingly pale under the repeated strikes of the cold wind. Not long later, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Following the repeated erosion of the cold wind, the area around Xiao Yan that was covered by the heavenly flame swiftly shrank. That cold wind had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Despite being separated by the heavenly flame, that frighteningly low temperature still caused Xiao Yan's face to instantly feel numb. The approaching cold wind had already sealed the edges of Xiao Yan's black robes into a solid layer of ice. Xiao Yan's seated body was gradually covered by a thick layer of ice. A moment later, Xiao Yan's body was covered by layers of ice. Even though this was the case, the extremely cold temperature continued to invade Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body was completely exhausted when Xiao Yan's body was completely sealed by ice. After Xiao Yan's body was sealed by ice, an extremely cold aura swiftly drowned Xiao Yan's mind. Everything in front of Xiao Yan turned into darkness. At the same time that the last wisp of heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body was extinguished, two extremely beautiful figures coincidentally arrived at this place from within the clouds in the sky above Xiao Yan's head. Just as the two of them were preparing to pass by, one of the two girls, who had fair skin and pretty looks, who was further back, suddenly frowned slightly. Her long and narrow eyes involuntarily looked towards the clouds below. When Xiao Yan woke up once again, the first thing that entered his eyes was an ice cave that had been meticulously arranged. The cave was decorated with many pieces of furniture. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this, one could tell that this cave should be the bedroom of a lady. Xiao Yan sat up from the bed with a somewhat pale face. There was still some cold air remaining within his body. This caused Xiao Yan's originally skinny body to involuntarily tremble at this moment. Old Gu, what is this place? Xiao Yan violently shook his head and removed the uncomfortable feeling in his mind. Only then did he carefully ask Guyu in his heart. Brat, you are currently very close to the icy spirit cold spring. Guyu did not reply to Xiao Yan's question. Instead, he laughed and teased. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Immediately, it turned into joy. Although he did not know what had happened, Guyu's words caused Xiao Yan's spirits to soar. However, at the same time that Xiao Yan's face revealed a joyous expression, a person suddenly walked in from the wide-open door of the cave. Xiao Yan immediately withdrew the expression on his face when he saw that someone had arrived. Both of his eyes narrowed as the do qi within his body, which had recovered a little, swiftly rose at this moment. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stiffened when that pretty person completely appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The person who had appeared in front of him at this moment was surprisingly Murong Chanqian. Could it be that the one who had brought him here was this little girl in front of him? Xiao Yan involuntarily felt speechless when he thought of this. The muscles on the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. If this was the case, would it not mean that the owner of the icy spirit cold spring, Bing Shuang, was also here? Just as Xiao Yan was thinking of that woman with frightening strength in his heart, a gorgeous lady, whose entire body was emitting an ice-cold aura, appeared behind Murong Qianqian, who had just entered the door. This lady was Bing Shuang. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly hardened when he saw Bing Shuang. His body moved, and he hurriedly got down from the bed and respectfully stood on the ground. What a joke! The woman in front of him was a terrifying origin transformation expert. If he dared to be disrespectful to her, once he provoked her, it would be difficult for him to even keep his life. Rather than provoking such a terrifying person, Xiao Yan would rather be a little more respectful. At the very least, he would not let this woman become dissatisfied with him. Xiao Yan, are you all right? Quickly sit down. The cold qi in your body has not been completely removed. Murong Qianqian's face was filled with joy when she saw that Xiao Yan had already awakened. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and held on to Xiao Yan's arm. Her voice was filled with worry as she spoke with concern. Cough cough, thank you for your concern. I'm fine now, but there's no need for me to sit down. With senior here, I'm afraid that as a junior, if I sit down, I'm afraid, if I ask you to sit, then sit. What's with all the nonsense? However, before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Bing Shuang's beautiful face was cold as she spoke with an indifferent tone. Xiao Yan's expression immediately froze when Bing Shuang's words left her mouth. Soon after, he let out an embarrassed smile and cupped his hands at Bing Shuang before sitting down. Murong Qianqian could not help but glance at Bing Shuang. Only then did her beautiful eyes turn and giggle at Xiao Yan again. Chapter 494. Following Xiao Yan's awakening, Murong Qianqian spent the next few days accompanying Xiao Yan by his side. A sweet smile was always present on her face. As for Xiao Yan, perhaps other men would be extremely excited when faced with such treatment, but for Xiao Yan, there was only a heavy sense of helplessness in his heart. Having the company of a beautiful woman was perhaps the thought of countless men. However, for Xiao Yan, who already had a family, he did not have the heart to flirt with other women. The only thing on his mind right now was the icy spirit frozen spring. After interacting with Murong Qianqian for a few days, Xiao Yan learned from her that the ice beauty's full name was Leng Bingshuang. The general situation was similar to what Xiao Yan knew. She was a terrifying existence at the level of a true overlord in the Shilin mountain range. Of course, Xiao Yan guessed that with Leng Bingshuang's strength, there was probably no one in the entire western region who could be her opponent. However, after conversing with Murong Qianqian, Xiao Yan quickly dispelled this thought in his heart. As an origin transformation expert, Leng Bingshuang had dominated the Shilin mountain range for so many years, but she had always been injured. It was hard to imagine that to be able to leave an origin transformation expert with an injury that was difficult to recover from, the opponent's strength was probably at the same level as Leng Bingshuang at the very least. So it's another origin transformation expert. Thinking of this, even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but violently beat a few times. Beads of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. In the end, Xiao Yan used the reason of needing to rest to temporarily brush off Murong Qianqian. Only then did the latter unwillingly leave the room. As for Xiao Yan, he also obtained a temporary respite. Phew! Seeing that the door to the cavern was tightly shut, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had obtained quite a bit of information during this period of time, he had to admit that this girl was really a chatterbox. Even Xiao Yan, who had always been known for his sharp tongue, had no choice but to admit defeat in front of her. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. He let out a long sigh. Only then did he frown and ask Gu Yu, who was within his body. Elder Gu, it's your turn now. Why don't you tell me how I can obtain the icy spirit cold fountain? You didn't bring me here to play with this little girl, right? Hee hee, not bad. You're right, kid. Ah. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows upon hearing Gu Yu's reply. He was speechless in his heart. He curled his lips and spoke in a deep voice, "Elder Gu, now is not the time to joke. The icy spirit cold fountain is right in front of me. You can't possibly allow me to continue watching. That woman, Ling Bingshuang, is not a kind person. Once the cold aura within my body is removed, she will definitely chase me out of this place. Therefore, you must act first before that happens." Guyu spoke in a stern voice after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and lay heavily on the bed behind him. His left arm was placed under his head while his right hand was randomly placed on his waist. His index finger gently tapped as he swiftly thought of a solution in his heart. It was a long while later before he spoke again. "Elder Gu, you can't possibly ask me to steal it. Although I admit that my speed is not slow, it is only limited to the half-emperors. Given that woman's strength, I'm afraid that she will immediately target me as long as I dare to step out of this door. Therefore, this old man did not ask you to steal it. You, on the other hand, foolish brat, who do you think this old man is to ask you to do such a thing?" Then, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. A doubtful expression appeared between his brows. "Hey, this is for you." Guyu spoke in a casual tone. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's expression wildly changed. A large amount of unfamiliar information suddenly surged out of Xiao Yan's mind, causing Xiao Yan's head to feel as though it was about to explode. It was a long while later before he gradually digested this enormous amount of information. This is Tier 3 medicinal pill, Bodhisattva returning pill. That girl's injuries were also formed by cold qi. This Bodhisattva returning pill can help her recover. Of course, if she uses an ordinary method to recover, her injuries will be much better than they are now. But this girl is extremely stubborn. She clearly knows that her injuries were formed by cold qi, yet she still dares to stay in this dark and cold place. Although her injuries have recovered after so many years, the cold qi has entered her body, leaving behind a tuberculosis that is difficult to recover from. This has coincidentally given you an opportunity. Guyu laughed as he spoke in a cunning tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. From the looks of it, Guyu had already discovered that Ling Bingshuang was injured. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little surprised by the pill formula that Guyu had given him. Being the spirit of a heavenly flame, Guyu actually possessed something like a pill formula. This was really surprising. Little fellow, there is no need for you to overthink. Back then, the Tu-Shi ancient god was also an all-powerful individual. This is merely a Tier 3 medicinal pill formula. Forget about this, it is not as though the Tu-Shi ancient god did not possess even higher tier pill formulas. The old me has merely collected a small portion of them. Guyu once again laughed as though he had seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts. His tone contained a pride that could not be removed. Even though the Tu-Shi ancient god had forcefully devoured them back then, did they not follow the Tu-Shi ancient god to glory? Now that he recalled all of this, Guyu felt as though things had remained the same, but people had changed. Even someone as strong as the Tu-Shi ancient god was ultimately defeated by the loneliness of time. On the other hand, these heavenly flames that had been devoured by the Tu-Shi ancient god back then were now able to roam this vast world. The strongest. What was the use of being the strongest? After the flow of time, one would ultimately become a pile of yellow soil. Perhaps the Tu-Shi ancient god had destroyed his own cultivation in order to tell the world this truth. Of course, this truth could only be understood by the strong. The current Xiao Yan had difficulty even protecting himself. Naturally, he did not have the time to ponder over these questions. In the outside world, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he sensed that Guyu had once again become quiet. He probed Guyu in his heart. "Old Gu, since you have so many pill formulas, why don't you want the pill formulas?" Guyu smiled. Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he violently nodded. His body, which had just been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. It was as though he was waiting for Guyu to pass all of the pill formulas to him. Find your own way. There are so many pill formulas in the Alchemist Association. As long as you have the ability, you can take all of their medicinal pill formulas. No one will dare to say anything. Otherwise, you can head to the Alchemist Alliance. That place is a paradise for alchemists. Forget about Tier 3 pill formulas, even Tier 4 or 5 pill formulas will not be lacking. Of course, the first thing is that you must possess the qualification to get them to willingly hand over their pill formulas to you. Xiao Yan unhappily rolled his eyes in response to this. From Guyu's words, it was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over his pill formulas. Xiao Yan softly muttered a couple of sentences in his mouth. He was about to lie down once again when, at this moment, the thick and heavy stone door within the cave was once again opened. At the same time, a beautiful figure, whose entire body emitted an icy cold aura, slowly walked in from outside the door. When she entered the cave, she actually shut the stone door tightly in front of Xiao Yan's shocked gaze. Chapter 495. Xiao Yan stared blankly at Leng Bingshuang, who was strolling into the cave. The expression on his face gradually froze. In the end, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and fell into Xiao Yan's dark eyes. The sudden stimulation caused Xiao Yan to quickly recover his senses. Xiao Yan hurriedly stood up. In front of this woman, even with Xiao Yan's arrogance, he had no choice but to restrain himself. After all, this woman's terror was really difficult for him to face. Xiao Yan cupped his hands at Leng Bingshuang and was about to step forward. However, the latter raised her arrogant and cold eyes and glared fiercely at Xiao Yan. With this glance, Xiao Yan only felt that the space around him seemed to have frozen. He could not move at all. Leng Bingshuang withdrew her gaze. Her footsteps were gentle as she slowly walked to the front of the stone table in the cave. Her graceful figure was like a water snake as she slowly sat down. Only then did the woman let out a soft snort. The space around Xiao Yan immediately relaxed. Xiao Yan could not resist once again sitting on the bed. Qian wants you to sit, so sit. Otherwise, if that girl sees you, she will say that I'm not doing this and that. Although this exquisite voice caused one's heart to pound, the current Xiao Yan did not have the slightest mood to feel this lovely voice that was filled with magnetism. Nodding with a serious expression, Xiao Yan lowered his head from the beginning to the end. His gaze was fixed on Leng Bingshuang's pair of white and tender feet that were completely exposed to the air. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, Leng Bingshuang could not help but sneer secretly in her heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and her tone was indifferent. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the hinterland of Shilin? As she said this, Leng Bingshuang's pair of icy blue eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan's slightly lowered face. Light flowed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This woman was actually still suspicious of his identity. He had to say that she was really cautious to the extreme. However, in the face of such a strong woman, Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to say those words out loud. Since Senior has been asking Junior this question, then Junior doesn't mind answering. Xiao Yan raised his head slightly. His gaze, which was filled with fear, shifted from the latter's feet to Leng Bingshuang's beautiful face. My name is Xiao Yan. I have come to the Shilin mountain range only to borrow the path and have no other purpose. What a good excuse. Since it's just a way, why must you enter my Shilin mountain range? Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly pass through your human city? Leng Bingshuang clearly did not believe Xiao Yan's explanation. After all, Xiao Yan was only a mere 5-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he actually dared to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range alone. If he did not have a purpose, no one would believe him. If that was possible, then Junior would really not have to enter the Shilin mountain range. However, Junior has some enmity with the 4 great sects of the Shilin region. They are eager for me to enter those cities. How would I dare to pass through there? Xiao Yan shook his head, sighed, and smiled. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, which did not seem to be fake, Leng Bingshuang could not help but frown slightly. Her beautiful eyes rotated as she coldly asked again. What do you have that is worthy for the 4 great sects to attack you? You're only a 5-star half-martial emperor. Even if you're an ordinary Dodi, the 4 great sect leaders would not place you in their eyes. You? Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. A cold light condensed within her icy blue eyes. My strength is indeed not worth mentioning to them. However, the sky annihilation steps that I possess is sufficient to cause the entire western region to attack me. The instant Xiao Yan's voice sounded, his feet moved. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body was like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from where he stood. When Xiao Yan's body appeared once again, he had already appeared in front of the thick and heavy stone door. In the blink of an eye, he had once again returned to his original spot. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan looked straight at Leng Bingshuang and said in a serious voice, "What do you think of this?" Seeing Xiao Yan use the sky annihilation steps once again, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across Leng Bingshuang's indifferent face. However, immediately after, it was perfectly concealed. It is indeed the sky annihilation steps. The 4 great sects have been searching for it for several hundred years. It is unexpected that it would actually be in the hands of a small 5-star half-martial emperor. In that case, you are from the Lu clan. The Lu clan naturally referred to the Lu clan that Lu Feng had single-handedly established back then. At the same time, it was also the small Lu clan in the current Qingyang city. Even though times had changed, Leng Bingshuang would still involuntarily recall some people and matters from back then when the sky annihilation steps was mentioned. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He said, "I am not from the Lu clan. It is only because I have some relationship with the Lu clan that I was able to obtain this sky annihilation steps. I believe that elder already understands the enmity between me and the 4 great sects." Leng Bingshuang's face was grave and stern as she nodded her head. Immediately, she raised her beautiful eyes once again and stared coldly at Xiao Yan. That ice-cold gaze that caused one to tremble involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's heart to tighten slightly. Even if you can prove that you have no relationship with the 4 great sects, how are you going to prove that you did not come to my Shilin mountain range with ulterior motives? Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as an ice-cold chill swiftly spread out from her body. Xiao Yan could only feel that the surrounding space had become ice-cold, as though he was in a cold cellar. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept back and forth across the space where the temperature continuously dropped. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together as a grave expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he was somewhat speechless at Leng Bingshuang's words. Indeed, he could only prove that he had no relationship with the 4 great sects. However, he was ultimately unable to prove his intentions for coming to the Shilin mountain range. After all, he was currently still within the Shilin mountain range. As long as he did not leave for even a moment, he would be unable to prove himself. I can give you 3 days. After 3 days, leave this place and I can treat it as though nothing has happened. Before that, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of this stone room. Otherwise, even if Qianqian protects you, you will definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. An incomparably cold glint shot out from her ice-blue eyes as she spoke in an icy voice. After speaking, Leng Bingshuang slowly stood up from the side of the stone table. She strolled gracefully as she prepared to leave this cave. If I am not wrong, Elder's body should still have some old injuries that have yet to be healed. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly transmitted over. The expression on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, when Lang Bingshuang turned around, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly swept out from within her body. The temperature within the entire cave rapidly fell. Xiao Yan's face also subsequently turned pale. Chapter 496. Inside the cave, an ice-cold killing intent filled every corner of the cave like spring water. An unparalleled pressure enveloped the entire space. The coldness was so terrifying that it seemed as if even the empty space was about to be frozen. In front of the bed, Xiao Yan's body was frozen in place. The terrifying pressure caused his body to be unable to move at all. What did you just say? Lang Bingshuang's beautiful eyes were ice-cold. A pair of ice-blue eyes shot out a cold light, like a sword resting between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. As long as she willed it, the Xiao Yan in front of her would be instantly killed. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly pale as he sensed the frightening pressure around him that nearly caused him to be unable to breathe. Waves of cold sweat continued to flow down from his forehead. Xiao Yan's throat rolled violently as he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his face were tensed tightly at this moment. At the same time that he raised his head with great difficulty, his entire head also trembled repeatedly, resisting the frightening pressure that had landed on his body. Whoosh. A word had just been spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth when a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly resounded within the interior of the cave. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt a gust of cold wind in front of him. At the same time, an ice-cold palm had already fiercely grabbed Xiao Yan's neck. Immediately, Xiao Yan, who was already breathing heavily, felt completely suffocated at this moment. You were sent by them. Lang Bingshuang's beautiful face was close to Xiao Yan's face. The two of them were almost face to face. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan could even clearly feel the other party's breath on his face. But soon after, that warm aura was instantly crushed by the terrifying cold aura on Lang Bingshuang's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also felt an even more terrifying cold aura. Unknowingly, under the condensation of the cold aura, a thick layer of ice had already covered Xiao Yan's calves. Having his neck grabbed by Lang Bingshuang, Xiao Yan's face swiftly became flushed red. His entire face swelled up in a short moment. The white of his eyes, which were as white as snow, was also swiftly filled with a scarlet-red color. Humph! Seeing Xiao Yan's flushed face, Lang Bingshuang narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted coldly. Only then did she take 2 steps back and withdraw her jade-like hand that had landed on Xiao Yan's neck. At the same time, sharp icicles rapidly condensed in the surrounding space. Xiao Yan's legs were already sealed in ice, greatly restricting his movements. If Xiao Yan dared to move again, Lang Bingshuang only needed to take his life in an instant. Speak. What did they send you here for? Cough, 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 cough. As Lang Bingshuang's words left her mouth, Xiao Yan hugged his throat with both hands and violently coughed. It was a good while later that he gradually began to catch his breath. Cough. Elder, this junior Xiao Yan doesn't know who they you are talking about are. Xiao Yan's mouth panted heavily as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Lang Bingshuang knit her eyebrows when she heard this. A killing intent immediately surged out of her pretty eyes. She raised her hand and flipped it. The numerous ice thorns in the surrounding empty space violently shot toward Xiao Yan's entire body in front of her. At the same time, Genesis Qi gathered in Lang Bingshuang's jade-like hand. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and slammed her palm towards Xiao Yan's chest. Brat, you still dare to quibble. Today, I will make sure that you never return. Qi, however, at this critical moment, Xiao abruptly circulated the heavenly fire in his body and instantly broke the ice that sealed his legs. At the same time, the 6 tents instantly condensed behind Xiao. By the time Ling Bingshuang's palm arrived in front of Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared into the tents behind him. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Ling Bingshuang's jade-like hand slammed into the space where Xiao had been standing. Terrifying power immediately erupted, shattering the space in front of Ling Bingshuang in the blink of an eye. Even the majority of the furniture in the cave room was turned to dust by Ling Bingshuang's palm. Ha! This is the power of the great Tao. Brat, who the hell are you? Ling Bingshuang's delicate body abruptly turned around. The moment Xiao appeared, her jade-like hand blasted out again, viciously slamming towards Xiao. Seeing Ling Bingshuang once again attacking, the expression on Xiao face changed drastically. Just by looking at the latter's stance, it was clear that she wanted to take his life. If he was careless and was struck by this woman's palm, the consequences would not be a joke. While he was overwhelmed with shock, Xiao did not dare to be negligent. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and when Ling Bingshuang attacked for the second time, Xiao took the opportunity to dodge again. Elder. This junior indeed has no other intentions in coming here, and every word that I said is true. As for them that you spoke of, this junior indeed has no idea at all. All of this is just a misunderstanding. After dodging Ling Bingshuang's fatal blow 3 times in a row, the expression on Xiao face became more and more dignified. He knew that Ling Bingshuang did not use her full strength at all. Sure enough, this time, when Xiao was about to cast the 6 paths tent again, Ling Bingshuang finally made her move. Humph. The power of the great Tao, do you think only you have it? With a cold snort, Ling Bingshuang's ice-blue eyes suddenly shot out a sharp cold light. At the same time, Ling Bingshuang raised her jade-like hand and quickly formed a seal. As she raised her beautiful eyes, a bright ice-blue light shone in Ling Bingshuang's eyes like starlight. Frost Great Tao. Cold Ice Mirror. As the delicate voice that was filled with unparalleled chilliness fell, an extremely cold aura condensed rapidly in the void around Xiao. In the blink of an eye, 6 paths ice mirror condensed around Xiao, surrounding Xiao in the middle. The ice mirror was ice blue in color, and its shape was a huge rhombus. It looked like a slanted mirror. The smooth surface of the mirror reflected Xiao figure at the moment. At the same time, an extremely cold aura spread out from the 6 paths ice mirror, completely sealing the space within the 6 paths ice mirror. Seeing this, Xiao expression became even more dignified. With a thought, the power of the great Tao condensed rapidly in the space in front of him. The 4th of the 6 paths tent condensed rapidly in front of Xiao. However, the difference from before was that Xiao body was still within the sealed area of the 6 ice mirrors after he stepped out of the tent despite being sealed by the 6 ice mirrors. What? Seeing the ice mirror that appeared in front of him at this moment, Xiao expression froze, and he could not help but exclaim. However, at the same time, Ling Bingshuang's beautiful figure appeared behind Xiao in an instant. Chapter 497. Fire Tender Fruit. You have such a thing. Within the cave, Ling Bingshuang's hand once again grabbed Xiao neck after hearing the words from Xiao mouth. She forcefully lifted the latter's body from the ground. It was a long while later before she narrowed her eyes and spoke in an icy tone. Earlier, it was because Xiao had spat out the name of this medicinal ingredient at the crucial moment that Ling Bingshuang's fatal palm strike did not land. This fire-tender fruit was also one of the key medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. At the same time, it was also the main medicinal ingredient used to heal the injuries in Ling Bingshuang's body. Seeing that Xiao did not react and his face swiftly turned red at this moment, Ling Bingshuang involuntarily snorted coldly. A killing intent flashed across her icy blue eyes. It was a long while later before she spoke in a cold voice. This king will let you off once. If you dare to do anything again, this king will immediately kill you. The dense cold tone caused the temperature in the air to become even colder. This kind of terrifyingly low temperature had already reached the point where an ordinary person would not be able to breathe. After Leng Bingshuang slowly withdrew her white hand that was grabbing Xiao Yan, the 6 ice mirrors immediately gathered toward Xiao Yan. They were like 6 ice walls that surrounded Xiao Yan in the middle. Xiao Yan, who had landed, could not help but pant intensely for a moment as he sensed the extremely cold temperature around him, which caused his pores to stand on end. It was a long while later before he gradually recovered. Faced with the pressure of an origin transformation expert, forget about Xiao Yan, it was likely that even a Dodi would find it difficult to endure. It was naturally not surprising that Xiao Yan would reveal such a miserable appearance at this moment. However, Leng Bingshuang's pretty face still carried an icy cold expression in response to this. After witnessing Xiao Yan's frightening agility, she would no longer treat this 6-star half-martial emperor in front of her as an ordinary half-martial emperor. At the same time, when Leng Bingshuang looked at Xiao Yan, the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. Unfortunately, compared to other quasi-emperors, Xiao Yan was truly too special, and it was to the point it was easy for others to doubt his true cultivation. After all, in the entire continent, who had ever seen a 5-star half-martial emperor suppressing a 9-star half-martial emperor? The more mysterious Xiao Yan was, the more doubts Leng Bingshuang had towards Xiao Yan became. Tell me, why do you know all this? What is your relationship with them? Leng Bingshuang's dense, cold gaze was like a sharp sword as it shot toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, it caused the hairs all over the latter's body to stand. At the same time that his heart felt incomparably solemn, he also felt a deep doubt toward them that Leng Bingshuang had mentioned. Just who were they to be able to make Leng Bingshuang, an origin transformation expert, care so much about them? However, Xiao Yan did not have the mind to think too much about this. This was because, in the short period of time Xiao Yan was pondering, the expression on Leng Bingshuang's face became even colder. Her extremely cold gaze stared at Xiao Yan as if she wanted to devour him, causing him to return to his senses in an instant. The reason why Junior mentioned the Huiji is because I can see that Senior has an injury in your body. Moreover, this injury has been caused by the accumulation of cold qi over the years. Ordinary methods will probably be extremely difficult to remove. Apart from the Huiji, Junior truly cannot think of anything else that can heal this injury. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. His eyes focused on Leng Bingshuang's beautiful face in front of him as he slowly spoke. In other words, you don't have the Huiji on you. Leng Bingshuang slowly raised her jade-like hand and the 6 Dao ice mirrors became encircled by a circle of icy blue light. At the same time, the pressure that enveloped Xiao Yan gradually became more and more terrifying. Although Junior does not have the Huiji, I know of a kind of pill that can heal Senior's injuries. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. However, the expression on his face had become calm. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Leng Bingshuang could not help but frown slightly. The cold expression on her ice-cold face also receded slightly. Leng Bingshuang knew in her heart that Xiao Yan was an alchemist. His understanding of medicinal pills naturally far surpassed hers. Perhaps, the Xiao Yan in front of her would really be able to take out some medicinal pill that could heal the injuries in her body. Seeing the expression on Leng Bingshuang's pretty face turn for the better, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a sigh of relief inside. He then continued. Bodhisattva Returning Pill, a rank 3 medicinal pill. Its medicinal effect is specially used to heal various kinds of injuries caused by cold air. This medicinal pill can be said to be extremely suitable for healing Senior's injuries. Hearing this, joy immediately flashed across Leng Bingshuang's pair of icy blue beautiful eyes when she heard this. She naturally had some understanding of the Bodhisattva returning pill that Xiao Yan had mentioned. Its medicinal effect was also similar to what Xiao Yan had said. It could heal the frostbite in her body. Although the joy in Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Xiao Yan, who was carefully observing the latter at this moment. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy. It seemed that the pill formula that Elder Gu had given was really useful to Leng Bingshuang. Otherwise, she would not reveal such an expression. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling happy in his heart, Leng Bingshuang's following words were like a thunderclap that exploded in Xiao Yan's ears. You have this medicinal pill on you. The words from Leng Bingshuang's mouth were softly transmitted over. Xiao Yan's body was also suddenly stunned at this moment. The expression on his face became slightly sluggish and his mouth was immediately speechless. Bodhisattva returning pill. That was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Currently, the highest ranked medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had come into contact with was only rank 2. How could he possibly have a rank 3 medicinal pill like the Bodhisattva returning pill on him? Seeing the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face, Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line. A dense killing intent also swiftly surfaced in her eyes that emitted a faint cold glint. You are really courting death by repeatedly making fun of this king. A lovely cry that was filled with ice-cold killing intent was emitted. Leng Bingshuang immediately raised her jade-like hand and a palm violently smashed down towards Xiao Yan's face. Seeing that the woman in front of him actually used a killing move as soon as she made her move, an incomparably solemn expression instantly surged onto Xiao Yan's face. Helplessly, he could only hurriedly exclaim when Leng Bingshuang's palm was about to arrive. Although I don't have the Bodhisattva returning pill, I have the pill formula. I can help you refine it. Just as Leng Bingshuang's palm was about to arrive in front of Xiao Yan and was less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Yan immediately blurted out the words from his mouth. Leng Bingshuang's palm also abruptly stopped in front of Xiao Yan. An extremely cold wind ruthlessly blew past Xiao Yan's face. As soon as they met, Xiao Yan felt his entire face instantly become numb. Both of his eyes could not help but quickly close at this moment. You have the pill formula for the Bodhisattva returning pill. Leng Bingshuang's beautiful ice-blue eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her cold voice was filled with indifference. At the same time, there was also a trace of suspicion. The Bodhisattva returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Even the Alchemist Association might not be able to take out a roll of it. However, this black-robed young man in front of her actually said that he had the pill formula of a rank 3 medicinal pill. This was really hard to believe. Huff, Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath. At the same time that Leng Bingshuang withdrew her palm, a wave of cold sweat could not help but swiftly surge out from his forehead. After which, it dripped down, turning into an ice bead in the air and falling to the ground. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan faced Leng Bingshuang in front of him and nodded. Immediately, he raised his right hand, extended his index finger and tapped on his temple. His tone was solemn as he said, "Yes, it's right here. But so what if you have the pill formula? According to what I know, you are merely a rank 2 alchemist. How can you refine it with just you?" Leng Bingshuang's face hardened as she coldly said. You can't do it now, but it doesn't mean that you can't do it in the future. But why should this king believe you? Because I also need the same thing Senior has here. Just as Leng Bingshuang's voice faded, Xiao Yan immediately opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, the expression on Leng Bingshuang's face could not help but pause slightly. After a few breaths, she slowly opened her mouth with a grave expression and said, "What do you want?" Icy Spirit Cold Liquid. Chapter 498. Ha 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 ha, young miss, the crowd is so crowded right now. I'm afraid that you can't take it. It would be a pity if such a beautiful young miss were to be hurt by some blind person. How about I ask young miss to give me some face? This young master is willing to bring young miss to the Misty Cloud house over there. The space inside is big and the place is open. We can even sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? In the sky above the crowded crowd, a feminine man with a somewhat pale face was currently holding a fan in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Murong Qianqian, who was being pressured in the crowd. At the same time, one of his hands extended downwards as if he was waiting for the young girl's response. No need. Someone will come and find me. Murong Qianqian's first impression of the feminine man in front of her was extremely bad. This kind of person was obviously a hedonistic young master from a small family. Other than not doing proper business all day long, he had done everything else. In Murong Qianqian's eyes, 4 words were enough to describe this kind of person. Disdain. Of course, while the young girl was thinking that the other party was a hedonistic young master, she had forgotten that she was also a little princess in her family that no one dared to offend. To be able to abandon such a pretty beauty by himself, I don't think that person is anything good. Hearing that, the feminine man laughed in ridicule. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a disdainful smile. You don't have the qualifications to talk about him. Compared to him, you are nothing. Hearing the feminine man insulting Xiao Yan, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Murong Qianqian's pretty face as she immediately shouted in a stern voice. Seeing that, the feminine man's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of anger quickly flashed across his face. Soon after, he recovered the smile on his face and lightly laughed. Under his skin, he endured the anger that almost wanted to devour people and said with a smile, I'm too rude. This one is being rude. After all, young miss and I are still strangers. This one naturally has no reason to judge that person. However, this one would still like to invite young miss to accompany him. Oh right, this one is also very familiar with Sulan City. If young miss wants to go to a jewelry store or something else, this one is willing to accompany you. Scram. This time, Murong Qianqian's words were even more direct. When she spoke, it caused the expression on the feminine man's face to slightly freeze. Even the surrounding passers-by who had moved aside could not help but cast sympathetic gazes towards Murong Qianqian. This young master Zhao was the young master of the number 1 family in Sushi Wave City. Although his strength was nothing special, he relied on his family's influence and was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic in Sushi Wave City. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, it was a young girl with the strength of a mere 4-star half-martial emperor. Little girl. It's your fortune that this young master has taken a liking to you. How dare you speak to this young master like this? Today, this young master must invite you back. The young girl's furious curses instantly caused Xiao Qi to be unable to continue his disguise. Immediately, he fiercely cursed at Murong Qianqian. Soon after, he waved his hand and the oppressive might of a 5-star half-martial emperor swept forth and descended upon Murong Qianqian. At this moment, not only Murong Qianqian, even the surrounding passers-by's expressions changed when they felt the terrifying oppressive might. Although Zhao Qi's character was not much, his strength was real. It must be said that the Zhao family was able to dominate Sushi Wave City for so many years because they had some foundation. After all, merely by relying on the strength of the younger generation of the Zhao family, they were already able to establish a solid foundation for the Zhao family in the future. Before Zhao Qi's oppressive might, Murong Qianqian, who only possessed the strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, instantly turned pale. No matter what, no matter how sharp her tongue was, before absolute strength, it was still completely useless. Humph. Little girl, in this Sushi Wave City, there is no woman who can refuse this young master. You are the first and also the last. Zhao Qi grabbed Murong Qianqian's pretty chin and said with a gloomy and fierce expression. Soon after, Zhao Qi withdrew his hand. At the same time, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he continued. Oh. That's right, there's also that person you said you were waiting for. Don't worry. As long as he dares to appear, this young master guarantees that I will properly entertain him. Zhao Qi laughed sinisterly. Especially at the end of his words, the tone of his voice was especially heavy. However, after his words left his mouth, what he received in return was a cold laugh from Murong Qianqian. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qi frowned as anger rose in his heart. Listen carefully. The pain you brought to this young lady earlier, in a moment, this young lady will return it tenfold, 100-fold. Hearing those words, Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Murong Qianqian immediately sneered. Furthermore, didn't you want to entertain him? Right now, he's right behind you. This young lady wants to see how you're going to entertain him. Hearing the words from the young lady's mouth, the expression on Zhao Qi's feminine face instantly changed slightly. His figure suddenly turned on the spot. In the next moment, Zhao Qi's expression was suddenly startled. He saw a black-robed man standing behind him with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man remained unmoved when the two met face to face. However, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm as he took a dozen steps back. Xiao Yan's appearance not only caused Zhao Qi to be shocked, but also caused him to feel fear. Even with his strength, he was unable to sense when Xiao Yan had appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's already pale face became even paler. However, his heart was filled with endless anger and killing intent. He, Zhao Qi, had run amok in Sulan City. What kind of people had he not seen before? When had he ever been afraid of anyone? The appearance of the black-robed man in front of him today undoubtedly angered Zhao Qi even more. Brat, die! Zhao Qi coldly snorted. The do qi in his body crazily surged out. As his body moved, the dark green do qi swiftly agglomerated between his hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched into a fist. The terrifying do qi carried Zhao Qi's surging killing intent as it violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. However, Xiao Yan did not seem to notice this at all. He casually pulled Murong Qianqian from the ground below into the air. Immediately, he unhurriedly took half a step back. It was this seemingly slow action that allowed Xiao Yan to easily dodge Zhao Qi's punch. The fist wrapped in do qi violently brushed past Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's expression was calm, but at this moment, Zhao Qi's heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw that he could finish off this black-robed young man with a punch. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it! Lucky brat, die! Zhao Qi angrily cursed. He completely blamed Xiao Yan's dodge on luck. Immediately after, Zhao Qi once again waved his fist and violently smashed it towards Xiao Yan's face. Let's see how you dodge this time. The ferocious fist had already locked onto Xiao Yan's head. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack. An extremely cruel and callous smile appeared on Zhao Qi's face. Bang! However, in the next moment, the expression in Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly froze. He saw that the fist that he had violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's face was actually easily blocked by Xiao Yan's single hand. At this moment, everyone present instantly froze. Chapter 499. Within the cave, Murong Qianqian was at a loss of what to do after hearing Lang Bingshuang's words that were filled with sternness. The expression on her delicate and pretty face also became somewhat sluggish. Speak. What exactly is going on? Lang Bingshuang's gaze was stern as she stared at Murong Qianqian. Her tone was filled with anger. Being stared at by Lang Bingshuang like this, even Murong Qianqian could not help but feel some fear in her heart. Of course, it was more because she knew that she had stirred up trouble. Her pretty face revealed a timid expression as she bit her red lips. Her hands, which were hugging Xiao Yan's arm, unconsciously tightened. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted as her exquisite eyes slightly rotated. At this moment, the young girl looked quite lovely and moving. After a long while, Murong Qianqian finally lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Leng Bingshuang. She muttered in a low voice, "They forced me to cultivate every day. I felt annoyed, so I thought of coming to elder sister Bingshuang's place. Then you shouldn't have not told your father about this before you left. Do you know that during these few months when you left home, your father and brother had turned the entire clan upside down?" Leng Bingshuang's angry rebuke caused Murong Qianqian's pretty face to turn deathly pale. Other than her own brother and father, Leng Bingshuang was the third person who dared to reprimand her like this. Even so, Murong Qianqian still restrained all of her temper in front of her. Now that she was once again reprimanded by Leng Bingshuang, a feeling of grievance involuntarily surged up in the young girl's heart. In the blink of an eye, moisture had already appeared in the young girl's eyes. Her pair of bright eyes had also turned red. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows. Although he had the confidence to say a few words, this was after all someone else's family matter. As an outsider, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to butt in. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan could understand the meaning behind Leng Bingshuang's words. Back then, when he left the clan and ventured into the continent alone, his father, Xiao Zhan, was also filled with worry for him. Back then, Xiao Yan was young and frivolous, so he naturally couldn't understand his father's special feelings. But now, Xiao Yan was also a father, so he naturally understood this deeply. Your father has already sent a message. The person who will come to pick you up is waiting for you at Shihipu. Get ready to go back immediately. Seeing the young lady's weak appearance, Leng Bingshuang did not find it strange and snorted softly. She curled her lips and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the young girl's expression changed again. She did not expect that the person who was going to pick her up had already arrived at Shihipu. It seemed that her father and brother were really anxious. When she thought of her father's rage, the girl couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. She wasn't afraid of anything in the family, but she was only afraid of her father and brother. Now that they had sent people here to look for her, it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of emotions they were feeling. When she thought of her father's and brother's furious expressions, Murong Qianqian's heart couldn't help but shiver. Her thoughts turned rapidly in her mind, and a light flashed. Murong Qianqian once again lifted her gaze and looked at Leng Bingshuang. She pretended to be helpless and said, "Sister Bingshuang, I can go back, but you also know that Shihipu is at the border between Shilin region and Western Wilderness region. There are many strong practitioners there, and the journey from here to Shihipu is not short. I can't, don't think of delaying the time. I know you want to stay with this brat." Before Murong Qianqian could finish her words, Leng Bingshuang interrupted her. Then, she turned her gaze and her long and beautiful eyes fell on Xiao Yan. Her ice blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan, and a cold light faintly appeared in the depths of her eyes. "I will hand this girl over to you now. If you can send her to Shihipu unscathed, then you can take as much of the icy spirit cold liquid as you want. On the other hand, if she is injured, Senior, you don't have to say any more. I understand. However, I still hope that I can use my own abilities to exchange for the icy spirit glacier fluid and not use my friendship with Lady Murong. I'm very grateful for your trust in me. However, Lady Murong is my friend and I will protect her. Even if you don't ask me to do so, I will do my best to do so." Before Leng Bingshuang finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately frowned and said. When Xiao Yan said this, Murong Qianqian, who was at the side, couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on her face. Seeing the certain expression on Xiao Yan's face, Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Her eyes, which contained a slight glow, looked deeply at Xiao Yan. Immediately, she did not say anything more. She nodded her head and said once again, "All right, since that's the case, you can rest for another day. Tomorrow morning, I will send you to the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. As long as you pass through the outskirts of the mountain range, you will be able to reach the other end of the Shilin mountain range." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a calm face. On the other hand, Murong Qianqian's pretty face was filled with depression. She did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually agree to Ling Bingshuang to send her back. After giving a few instructions, Ling Bingshuang stood up and left the cave, leaving behind Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. After that, Murong Qianqian muttered a few words to Xiao Yan in her heart. Soon after, she walked out of the cave with a displeased face. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan was left in the cave. But with regards to this, Xiao Yan immediately felt relaxed. Murong Qianqian's departure made him feel less pressured. At the same time, a fiery feeling gradually surged in Xiao Yan's heart towards the following journey. The Western Wastelands region. That was the place where the true experts of the Western region gathered. Only there could Xiao Yan's strength truly increase. The next day, in the biting cold wind, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian, under the protection of Ling Bingshuang, easily arrived at the edge of the Shilin mountain range. When they arrived here, the three of them slowly stopped in the air. "All right, I will escort you here. Next, as long as you head west, you will be able to safely pass through the Shilin mountain range. I will have to trouble you for the matters after that." It was unknown whether it was because of the transaction between the two of them or because of the words Xiao Yan had said yesterday, but at this moment, when Ling Bingshuang spoke to Xiao Yan, her originally icy cold tone had actually become a little warmer. Even the expression on her stern face had become much warmer than before. After speaking, Ling Bingshuang gently waved her lily-white hand. Two rays of light immediately shot towards Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. Casually catching the ray of light, what appeared in Xiao Yan's palm was a jade tablet. It was Qi Hanyu. "This is for you. The next time you come here, there will be no need to go through so much trouble." Holding Qi Hanyu in his hand, Xiao Yan's face gradually revealed a solemn expression. Soon after, he did not say anything else. Cupping his hands together, he heavily cupped them towards Ling Bingshuang. Ling Bingshuang's action had undoubtedly already acknowledged him. At the very least, the suspicion in her heart towards Xiao Yan had already completely vanished. After Ling Bingshuang turned around and left, Xiao Yan finally slowly withdrew his gaze. By the side, Murong Qianqian's long shapely eyebrows were also slightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Huff. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the vast expanse of white clouds above his head. A glint involuntarily flashed across the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Under Murong Qianqian's astonished gaze, Xiao Yan actually bent his legs and sat in the air. Chapter 500. Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged in the empty space. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. The vast and mighty spiritual strength between his brows swiftly spread toward the entire sky at this moment. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and a brilliant, heavenly flame emitted a puffed sound as it rose from the empty space in front of him. The frighteningly high temperature swiftly forced back the cold air around Xiao Yan. Soon after, the cold air that was forced back swiftly gathered. However, it was different from before. This time, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal the slightest bit of seriousness in the face of the surrounding cold air. Instead, he sneered in his heart. If it was in the past, this cold wind would really be a big trouble for Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, this cold wind was a treasure that he could use to earn money for Xiao Yan. The icy spirit cold liquid contained within this cold wind may not catch Xiao Yan's eye, but no matter how one put it, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though it had been diluted by an unknown number of times, this was indeed the icy spirit cold liquid. As long as Xiao Yan was able to take it out, there would definitely be someone who would be willing to pay the price to obtain it. At this moment, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to do his best to refine all the icy spirit cold liquid that was contained in this world. Huff huff huff, the whooshing sound of breaking wind resounded continuously in the world. In front of Xiao Yan, the heavenly flame immediately condensed into a huge flame whirlpool. As the heavenly flame spun rapidly, a terrifying suction force spread out from the flame whirlpool. In the world, gusts of cold wind were rapidly gathered by this suction force. After being refined by the heavenly flame whirlpool, they turned into droplets of mottled energy and floated in the void in front of Xiao Yan. On the other hand, when Murong Qianqian saw Xiao Yan's current state, her heart was filled with curiosity. However, in the end, she still curled her lips and looked around in the void with a bored expression. This condition of Xiao Yan's continued for a total of 10 days. A wild wind blew in the sky above the hinterland of Shilin until Xiao Yan stopped. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, a palm-sized water ball had condensed in the void in front of him. The water ball was wrapped in strange fire as it quietly floated in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing this water ball, Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a smile. The icy spirit frozen liquid wasn't pure, but it would still cause quite a stir if it was brought to the market. The icy spirit frost liquid was a frightening existence that could contend with a heavenly flame. Its value was naturally incomparable. Regardless of how poor the quality of the icy spirit frost liquid in Xiao Yan's hand was, as long as Xiao Yan was able to take it out, there would be a countless number of people swarming over. Not for other reasons, but because the reputation of the icy spirit frost liquid was enough to shock the entire continent. This is icy spirit frost liquid. Isn't the quality a little too poor? Walking forward, Murong Qianqian stared at the water ball in front of Xiao Yan with a trace of suspicion on her face. This icy spirit frost liquid is only diluted in this world. I don't care about the quality, but I care about the quantity. Only a icy spirit frost liquid of this quality can be taken out. If it was the purest icy spirit frost liquid, would you dare to auction it out? Xiao Yan faintly smiled and said. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a ball of water. If I sell it, I'll sell it. Hearing this, the corner of Murong Qianqian's mouth immediately rose. She lightly curled her lips and said without the slightest bit of weakness. If you really dare to take it out, I'm afraid that countless experts will come knocking on your door before you even start auctioning it. At that time, even origin transformation experts will be as numerous as ants. How do you think you can take it out? Hiss, the moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Murong Qianqian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The expression on her face was clearly overwhelmed with shock. If that was really the case, the value of this icy spirit frost liquid could be said to be terrifying. When that time came, he might even be able to meet source zone level powerhouses. To be able to attract countless experts to go crazy over it, and even origin zone experts would descend. One could imagine the value of this icy spirit frost liquid. Since this thing is so dangerous, you still dare to bring it along. If it is discovered by others, won't you be in danger? Other than feeling shocked in her heart, Murong Qianqian could not help but feel a wave of worry for Xiao Yan. That's why I refined this icy spirit frost liquid, which is not pure in energy. Although this thing is also quite valuable, it will only attract some half-emperors or Dodi experts. As for experts at a higher level, they will directly choose to ignore it. This point was just like cold frost. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried a smile. His eyes narrowed as he secretly thought in his heart. Alright, let's go. Since we have already finished gathering the things, there is no point in continuing to stay here. Let's hurry. Xiao Yan casually kept the palm-sized icy spirit frost liquid in front of him and casually smiled. His body flashed as he led the way in front. With the map that Luo Jin had given him back then, all the large cities within the Shilin region and close to the western desolated region would have special markings on the map. Therefore, Xiao Yan was not worried about the location of the so-called Sand River. Seeing Xiao Yan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Murong Qianqian frowned and curled her lips. Her beautiful eyes turned around to look at the still misty clouds behind her as an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Soon after, her body moved and she hurriedly followed Xiao Yan. After the two figures completely disappeared from this world, the ethereal empty space at the spot where Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had been standing earlier suddenly distorted. Immediately, a pretty and beautiful human figure appeared in the empty space. It was Leng Bingshuang. Seeing that Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had left, Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Light flickered in her ice-blue eyes. After pondering for a while, she slightly nodded her head. Her pretty figure once again distorted and disappeared from this world. In the distance, Xiao Yan, who was flying forward, saw a row of snow-capped peaks appear in his line of sight. Soon after, he turned his gaze and stared at the depths of the clouds. Behind him, Murong Qianqian quickly followed. Seeing that Xiao Yan had turned around, her gloomy face could not help but reveal a smile. She giggled and said, "Why? Are you afraid that I will lose you? Then run slower. Your speed is so fast, how can I keep up? If you lose me at that time, Sister Bingshuang will find you to settle the score." Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the latter. He smiled and said, "All right, I have to hand it to you. With your speed, I don't know when we will reach the Sand River." Hearing this, the young girl immediately let out a crisp laughter that was like a silver bell. In this regard, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head. His figure turned and continued to fly out of the Shilin mountain range. Chapter 501. The vastness of the Shilin mountain range did indeed live up to its reputation. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it still took him over a month's time to completely leave the Shilin mountain range with Murong Qianqian. This was also under the condition that there were no external disturbances. After leaving the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan brought Murong Qianqian along without stopping and rushed towards the direction of Shihipu. Along the way, perhaps it was due to the boredom of rushing, or perhaps it was because Murong Qianqian did not wish to return to the clan, she would always use various reasons to slow down Xiao Yan's speed. Murong Qianqian's actions caused the two of them to still wander near the Shilin mountain range even though it had already been a week since they left the Shilin mountain range. Only on the 10th day did they finally arrive at a human-populated city. On the distant ground, a row of ancient city walls towered over the earth like a mountain range. The walls that were covered with scars recorded the vicissitudes of time. Even though its past glory was no longer present, anyone who saw this ancient city for the first time would feel a shock in their hearts. The vicissitudes of the ancient aura was like a huge dragon past its prime occupying the sky above the city, causing the magical beasts in the forest outside to be intimidated. The thick and heavy pitch-black city walls gave people a kind of spiritual shock. It was as if this city was not built by human hands, but had fallen from the sky and had been standing here since ancient times. Looking at this ancient city before him, Xiao Yan's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. A city must be able to suppress an area in order to protect the country and home. At this moment, the city before Xiao Yan's eyes not only had a majestic aura, its foundation was also incomparably stable. Just by looking at the layer of bloody aura that covered the city walls, one could tell that this city had also experienced war in the past. To be able to survive so completely from the war, this was enough to show how extraordinary this city was. Let's go. Let's enter the city and rest for a day before continuing our journey. Walking out from the shade of the tree behind him, Xiao Yan's back faced Murong Qianqian as he said with a smile. Looking at the city before him, Xiao Yan, who had not seen a human for almost 2 years, felt a strange feeling in his heart, like a savage entering a city. Even when he looked at the surrounding pedestrians, he felt as if those people had been using strange gazes to stare at him. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's old face to redden. His gaze involuntarily swept over his body. After discovering that there was nothing strange, he finally bravely took a step forward and slowly walked towards the city. Hurry up. Aren't you usually quite fast when you do things? Why are you so slow now? Once the young lady's voice sounded, she hurriedly walked and ran as she swiftly rushed toward the city in front of her. However, she did not notice that the moment the words left her mouth, everyone around her threw strange gazes at Xiao Yan that appeared to be a smile that was not a smile. Noticing the strange gazes that the people around him shot over, Xiao Yan also felt a chill on his back. He immediately thought about the words that Murong Qianqian had said earlier in his heart. The muscles on the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Soon after, Xiao Yan curled his lips. He did not bother to pay attention to those people's gazes. His footsteps slightly changed. Immediately, he turned into a gust of wind. In a blink of an eye, he passed by everyone and rapidly chased after Murong Qianqian. Seeing that the black-robed young man was actually able to erupt with such a frightening speed, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed drastically. Waves of cold sweat swiftly rolled down from their foreheads. As their throats rolled, they involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After which, they bitterly smiled and hurriedly left on their own. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had also arrived before the city gate. The crowded flow of people indicated that this city was bustling and lively. At this moment, through the perception of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he discovered that there were close to 28-star half-martial emperors in this city. There were even close to 10 9-star half-martial emperors. Sensing those auras, Xiao Yan could not help but feel astonished in his heart. It must be said that compared to Emerald Green City, this place was much more bustling. At the very least, in terms of the number of experts, it was not something that Emerald Green City could easily compare with. Standing before the city gate, the people coming and going all looked at Xiao Yan with strange gazes. As for Murong Qianqian, she had already entered the city. With Xiao Yan's spiritual strength following her, that girl would not be lost. Slowly raising his head, Xiao Yan looked to the top of the city gate. At that place, the name of this city was engraved with vigorous strokes. The hot sunlight that shot from behind him was like a cluster of flames as it shone on the dark black wall. The glaring light that was reflected caused Xiao Yan to be unable to bear to squint his eyes for a moment. It was a long while later before he was finally able to see the 3 words clearly. Susan City. Susan City. Xiao Yan muttered the name of this city in a low voice. Soon after, he lowered his head. His gaze casually swept across the surrounding crowd. His feet moved, and he slowly walked into the city. After entering the city, the crowded roads did not become spacious because of the sudden evacuation of the crowd. Instead, as more and more people gathered in the city, the already noisy city became even more bustling and congested. When Xiao Yan looked over, all he could see were pitch-black human heads. It was simply impossible for his line of sight to extend further. When Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the sky above him, he just so happened to see an old man with the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor. After entering the city, the old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body lightly floated into the sky. As for the others, even though there were many 5-star half-martial emperors present, not a single one of them dared to step into the sky. There was no other reason than the first rule of this city. Those whose strength had not reached 6-star half-martial emperor or above were not allowed to step into the sky. Even though this rule would cause many people to be dissatisfied, this rule had already existed in Susan City. Since ancient times, no one had dared to violate it. Sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but smile. Fortunately, he had already broken through to 6-star half-martial emperor when he was in the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to bow his head in this crowded crowd. After lightly laughing in his heart, Xiao Yan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. After that, Xiao Yan, who was squeezed into the crowd, also flew into the sky. This guy is clearly a 6-star half-martial emperor. Why was he still squeezing in here earlier? He's asking for it. When they saw Xiao Yan stepping into the sky, a wave of sneers immediately sounded from the surrounding crowd. However, immediately after, the gazes with which the crowd looked at Xiao Yan changed. When everyone saw Xiao Yan's handsome face, their faces were swiftly replaced with an expression of disbelief. It was unexpected that this black-robed man in front of them was not only a 6-star bandit, but from the looks of his face, he was actually so young. This guy, who is he? How could there be such a young 6-star half-martial emperor? He's a monster. Terrifying, terrifying. Ha, there were even people cursing him earlier. When they saw that Xiao Yan was actually so young, a wave of sneers immediately sounded from the crowd. As for Xiao Yan, he completely ignored them. The tip of his foot tapped the air, and his body rapidly flew toward a towering stone pillar. However, right at the next moment, right after Xiao Yan's body landed on top of that stone pillar, his expression changed. Immediately, a chilling ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception told him that something had happened to Murong Qianqian. Chapter 502. Ha 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 ha, young miss, the crowd is so crowded right now. I'm afraid that you can't take it. It would be a pity if such a beautiful young miss were to be hurt by some blind person. How about this young miss give me some face? This young master is willing to bring young miss to the misty cloud house over there. The space inside is large and the place is open. We can even sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? In the sky above the crowded crowd, a feminine man with a somewhat pale face was currently holding a fan in his hand. He had a face full of smiles as he looked at Murong Qianqian, who was being pressured in the crowd. At the same time, one of his hands extended downwards as if he was waiting for the young girl's response. No need. Someone will come and find me. Murong Qianqian's first impression of the feminine man in front of her was extremely bad. This kind of person was obviously a hedonistic young master from a small family. Other than not doing proper business all day long, he had done everything else. In Murong Qianqian's eyes, this kind of person could be described with 4 words. Disdain. Of course, while the young girl was thinking that the other party was a hedonistic young master, she had forgotten that she was also a little princess in her family that no one dared to offend. Heh, to be able to abandon such a pretty beauty and go alone, I don't think that person is anything good. Hearing that, the feminine man laughed in ridicule. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a face full of disdain. You don't have the qualifications to talk about him. Compared to him, you are nothing. Hearing the feminine man insulting Xiao Yan, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Murong Qianqian's pretty face as she immediately shouted in a stern voice. Seeing that, the feminine man's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of anger quickly flashed across his face. Soon after, he recovered the smile on his face and lightly laughed. Under his skin, he endured the anger that almost wanted to devour people and said with a smile, I'm too rude. Hee, this one is being rude. After all, young miss and I are still strangers. This one naturally has no reason to judge that person. However, this one would still like to invite young miss to accompany him. Oh right, this one is also very familiar with Sulan City. If young miss wants to go to a jewelry store or something else, this one is willing to accompany you. Scram. This time, Murong Qianqian's words were even more direct. When she spoke, it caused the expression on the feminine man's face to slightly freeze. Even the surrounding passers-by who had moved aside could not help but cast sympathetic gazes towards Murong Chanchan. This young Master Zhao was the young master of the #1 family in Sushi Wave City. Although his strength was nothing special, he relied on his family's influence and was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic in Sushi Wave City. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, it was a young girl with the strength of a mere 4-star half-martial emperor, this young. The young girl's angry curses caused Xiao Qi to be unable to continue acting. Immediately, he fiercely cursed at Murong Chanchan. Soon after, he waved his hand. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor swept out and landed on Murong Chanchan's head. At this moment, not only Murong Chanchan, even the surrounding passers-by's expressions changed under the frightening pressure. Although Zhao Qi's character was not much, his strength was real. It must be said that the Zhao family was able to dominate Sulan City for so many years because they had some foundation. After all, merely the strength of the younger generation of the Zhao family was enough to lay a solid foundation for the Zhao family in the future. Before Zhao Qi's oppressive might, Murong Chanchan, who only possessed the strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, instantly turned pale. No matter what, regardless of how sharp her tongue was, it was completely useless before absolute strength. Humph! Little girl, in this Sulan city, there is no woman who can refuse this young master. You are the first, and also the last. Zhao Qi grabbed Murong Chanchan's pretty chin and said with a gloomy and fierce expression. Soon after, Zhao Qi withdrew his hand. At the same time, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he continued. Oh, that's right, there's also that person you said you were waiting for. Don't worry. As long as he dares to appear, this young master guarantees that I will properly entertain him. Zhao Qi laughed sinisterly. Especially at the end of his words, his tone was especially serious. However, after his words left his mouth, what he received was a cold laugh from Murong Chanchan. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qi frowned as anger rose in his heart. Listen carefully. The pain you gave this young lady earlier, in a moment, this young lady will return it 10-fold, 100-fold. Hearing those words, Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Murong Chanchan immediately sneered. Furthermore, didn't you want to entertain him? Right now, he's right behind you. This young lady wants to see how you're going to entertain him. Hearing the words coming from the young lady's mouth, the expression on Zhao Qi's feminine face instantly changed. His figure suddenly turned on the spot. In the next moment, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He saw a black-robed man standing behind him with his hands behind his back. When the two met, the black-robed man remained unmoved. However, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm as he took a dozen steps back. Xiao Yan's appearance not only caused Zhao Qi to be shocked, but also caused him to feel fear. Even with his strength, he was unable to sense when Xiao Yan had appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's already pale face became even paler. However, his heart was filled with endless anger and killing intent. He, Zhao Qi, had run amok in Sulan City. What kind of people had he not seen before? When had he ever been afraid of anyone? The appearance of the black-robed man in front of him today undoubtedly angered Zhao Qi even more. Brat, die! Zhao Qi coldly snorted. The do qi in his body crazily surged out. As his body moved, dark green do qi swiftly gathered between his hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched into a fist. The frightening do qi carried Zhao Qi's surging killing intent as it violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan did not seem to notice this at all. He casually pulled Murong Qianqian from the ground below into the air. Soon after, he unhurriedly took half a step back. It was this seemingly slow action that allowed Xiao Yan to easily dodge Xiao Qi's punch. The fist wrapped in Do Qi violently brushed past Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's expression was calm while Xiao Qi's heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw that he could finish off this black-robed young man with a punch. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it. Lucky brat, die. Xiao Qi angrily cursed. He completely blamed Xiao Yan's dodging on luck. Soon after, Xiao Qi once again waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiao Yan's face. Let's see how you dodge this time. The ferocious fist had already locked onto Xiao Yan's head. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack. An extremely cruel and callous smile appeared on Xiao Qi's face. Bang! However, in the next moment, the expression in Xiao Qi's eyes suddenly froze. He saw that the fist that he had violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face had actually been easily received by Xiao Yan. At this moment, everyone present instantly froze. Chapter 503. Stepping in the air, Xiao Yan pulled Murong Qianqian behind him with one hand. At the same time, his other hand appeared to be casually raised. The instant he opened his palm, he easily received Xiao Qi's incoming punch. Xiao Yan did not use any Do Qi after receiving the punch. In fact, one could not even see the slightest bit of strained expression on his face. The Do Qi that covered Xiao Qi's fist was like a lump of air. At the same time that Xiao Yan received Xiao Qi's fist, the Do Qi on it was extinguished with a puff. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the crowd below, who were prepared to watch a good show, to immediately become dumbstruck. One by one, they cast gazes of disbelief and fear toward Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that a punch from a 5-star half-martial emperor like Xiao Qi would be so easily received by this black-robed man. Such a matter was simply unbelievable to the crowd. Exactly who is this guy? From his aura, I can see that he is only a 6-star half-martial emperor. How could he be so indifferent to a punch from a 5-star half-martial emperor? Could it be that this young man was hiding his true strength? To be able to block Xiao Qi's punch with one hand, it would appear that this black-robed man is no ordinary person. In an instant, all sorts of whispers were unceasingly being heard from the crowd below. Everyone's attention was focused on the black-robed man in the air. At the same time, Xiao Qi's heart was also filled with shock. No matter what, he had never imagined that his punch would be so easily neutralized by the black-robed man before him. This caused Xiao Qi to feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, a wave of fury rose in his heart even more crazily. Bastard! Scram for this young master! Xiao Qi's expression was ferocious. His mouth emitted a furious cry of dissatisfaction. At the same time that the killing intent in his eyes surged, his other hand abruptly clenched into a fist and once again violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw Xiao Qi once again throw a punch over. A killing intent swiftly flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding Xiao Qi's right hand, suddenly loosened when Xiao Qi's punch was once again about to arrive. He immediately turned his wrist and his palm circled around the back of Xiao Qi's right hand. With a forceful push, Xiao Qi's right hand blocked the front of Xiao Qi's left hand, which was about to strike, under the push of Xiao Yan's palm. At such a close distance, Xiao Qi did not even have the time to withdraw his hand. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's intentional control, he could not withdraw his right hand. Therefore, he could only watch as his powerful punch violently smashed into his right hand. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard in the void. At the same time, Xiao Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. When the people below saw this scene, the muscles at the corner of their eyes could not help but twitch. Their faces showed a pained expression as if they were experiencing the same pain. The corners of their mouths twitched as they could not help but suck in cold air. At the same time, their hands under their sleeves could not help but rub against each other. Forcefully enduring the intense pain that was transmitted from his right hand, Xiao Qi's entire body trembled as he violently sucked in air. Immediately after, Xiao Qi's flushed face suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. He lifted his right leg and dou qi gathered on it. A heavy whip kick violently bombarded Xiao Yan. "Ha! Kid! Today, you must die." With scarlet eyes and a ferocious roar, Xiao Qi's leg flew towards Xiao Yan's head. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time, his right leg kicked forward and stomped on the calf of Xiao Qi's right leg that had just been lifted. Crack! Accompanied by an extremely clear cracking sound, Xiao Qi's face that had just turned ferocious instantly changed. At the moment when Xiao Yan's foot landed, he could only feel that his right leg appeared to have been violently smashed by a piece of extremely hard mysterious steel. That kind of frightening enormous strength easily destroyed the dou qi that covered his leg. At the same time, it also broke the bones in his calf. At this moment, Xiao Qi could no longer endure the intense pain that came from his body. His flushed face instantly turned pale, and waves of cold sweat quickly gushed out from Xiao Qi's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qi's brocade robe was completely soaked. Seeing Xiao Qi's appearance, Xiao Yan glanced at him coldly. Soon after, the hand that was tightly holding Xiao Qi's right hand suddenly loosened. The latter's body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and knelt on the ground with a weak aura. At this moment, Murong Qianqian's pretty face also revealed a cold smile as she slowly descended. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly retreated far away, giving Murong Qianqian and Xiao Qi an empty space of more than 10 feet. Landing in front of Xiao Qi, the cold smile on Murong Qianqian's pretty face became even more pronounced. She coldly stared at Xiao Qi in front of her and sneered. "This young lady has already said that the pain you gave me, this young lady will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. How is it? Do you believe me now?" Xiao Qi's face was deathly pale, and his feminine face revealed a deep fear. Since he was young, he had been taken care of. In Sulan City, there had never been anyone who dared to provoke him. But now, the appearance of this young lady and the black-robed youth before him had completely broken this rule. Who exactly were they? Under the pain, although Xiao Qi wanted to struggle and say something, unfortunately, the intense pain that came from his body made it impossible for him to forcefully endure and speak. Seeing this, the corner of Murong Qianqian's mouth curled up. Soon after, she slowly raised her head, and coldly stared at Xiao Qi in front of her. The slender hand under her sleeve slowly raised. Under the sunlight, the pure white color of her hand was like a lotus root. "This slap is for you scolding him." The cold voice slowly escaped from her mouth, and the young lady's raised hand was about to swing down. "Little girl, how dare you? In my Zhao clan Sulan City, no one is allowed to touch a single hair of my Zhao clan." However, just as Murong Qianqian's hand was about to land, an old, deep, and overbearing voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura swept over the area where Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were located in the blink of an eye. 9-star half-emperor He, Xiao Yan softly muttered in his mouth. A glint instantly flashed deep within his eyes. With his arms crossed, Xiao Yan's gaze fell and looked towards Murong Qianqian. At this moment, because of the appearance of that aura, the expression on the latter's pretty face slightly changed. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted as she looked towards Xiao Yan, and a trace of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, Zhao Qi, who was kneeling in front of Murong Qianshan, suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his pale face when he heard the old voice. Immediately, his ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes once again looked at Xiao Yan. His voice was hoarse as he roared, "Xiao Yan! Bastard! You're dead. Today, none of you will be able to escape. This young master will cripple your dou qi. I will even play with your woman in front of you." Madness appeared in Zhao Qi's eyes, as if he could already see Xiao Yan's ending. Seeing this, Murong Qianshan, who was in front of Zhao Qi, could not help but raise her eyebrows. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a cold glint. Hit. Following Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Murong Qianshan's pretty face instantly turned ice-cold. Since Xiao Yan had already spoken, she believed that Xiao Yan definitely had his own confidence. Thus, under Zhao Qi's terrified gaze, Murong Qianshan's raised spotlessly white jade-like hand ferociously slapped Zhao Qi's face with a burst of swift and fierce sound of wind being torn apart. Paw. Chapter 504. Little girl, you dare. At the same time as Murong Qianshan's slap landed, that aged and deep tyrannical voice sounded once again. However, at the same time as that voice sounded, Murong Qianshan's lily-white hand ruthlessly landed on Zhao Qi's face. Bastard! You are simply courting death. Seeing that Murong Qianshan was actually unmoved, a burst of anger immediately emerged in the heart of the owner of that voice. With a thought, the frightening aura of a half-martial emperor swept forth and ruthlessly pressed down on Murong Qianshan, who was on the ground below. Facing this, Murong Qianshan completely ignored it. She once again raised her lily-white hand that had just landed. Her ice-cold gaze stared at the alarmed Zhao Qi before her. Soon after, without any explanation, she once again ruthlessly slapped down. At the same time, a boundless oppressive aura appeared above Murong Qianshan's head. It ruthlessly pressed down on Murong Qianshan, who was on the ground below. Humph! However, in the next moment, a cold snort that sounded like thunder suddenly sounded from heaven and earth. At the same time, a frightening oppressive aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the 9-star half-martial emperor's oppressive aura swept through this region. It easily blocked that 9-star half-martial emperor's oppressive aura. Paw! At the instant that half-martial emperor's oppressive aura was blocked, Murong Qianshan's lily-white hand once again brought forth a sharp gale as it ruthlessly slapped onto Zhao Qi's face. Who is it? Sensing that his oppressive aura had been blocked by someone, the owner of that oppressive aura immediately let out a stern shout. At the same time, a ray of light flashed past the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, an old man wearing a blue gown was standing in this region of heaven and earth. The old man's gaze was like a torch. In an instant, his gaze was focused on Xiao Yan, who was in the sky below. He clearly sensed that the oppressive aura that had blocked his oppressive aura was being emitted from the body of this black-gowned youth. When he saw Xiao Yan's handsome face, the old man's turbid eyes involuntarily shrunk. He was in disbelief. A grand half-martial emperor's oppressive aura, was actually blocked by a brat. Brat! Who are you? The person who stopped you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xiao Yan replied in an indifferent tone. At the same time, his figure flickered on the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the old man. Xiao Yan's attack had undoubtedly once again shocked this old man. It was hard to imagine that such a young-looking brat would actually possess strength comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, just by looking at the speed displayed by the black-robed youth earlier, it was likely that even he would be unable to catch up to him. However, when the old man's gaze swept over Xiao Yan, he couldn't help but frown. Through his inspection, this black-gowned youth before him was clearly only a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, the aura that he had emitted earlier was actually capable of rivaling his own. Exactly what was going on? And at this moment, on the ground below, Murong Qianqian once again fiercely slapped Xiao Qi. Paw! A sharp and clear sound resonated through the sky. In the sky, the old man standing opposite of Xiao Yan also couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. If it was a normal situation, perhaps he would still be courteous with the black-gowned youth before him. However, this matter at hand was related to his young master. No matter what, he could not continue to be in a deadlock. Mister, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Today, that young lady has already slapped my young master in front of everyone in Sulan City. If anything happened earlier, let's just let it be. Otherwise, if we were to fight, you all will not be able to obtain a good ending. The old man's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yan. The dou qi within his body was quietly circulating as he spoke in a deep voice. If I were to tell her to stop now, would you really let us go? Hearing that, Xiao Yan sneered. With a wave of his hand, the enormous heavy Xian ruler immediately carried an extremely oppressive sound of breaking wind. In a flash, it landed in Xiao Yan's hand. Seeing this, the old man's wrinkled face couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Yan immediately said in a cold voice, "Since you want to fight, then there's no need for superfluous words. Just come." Right after he said those words, Xiao Yan's wrist shook. The enormous ruler violently shook. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan used the sky extinction steps and instantly arrived before the old man. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and smashed it toward the old man. Seeing Xiao Yan's frightening speed, the old man's expression didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His shriveled hand suddenly rotated and a silver-colored long spear landed in the old man's hand. Holding the silver spear in his hand, the old man's face immediately became a little more vicious. The body of the spear shook and the long spear continuously rotated between the old man's hands. Soon after, when Xiao Yan's heavy ruler attack was about to arrive, the old man thrust the spear forward and ruthlessly struck the broad blade of the enormous ruler. Ding! The enormous ruler and the long spear separated upon contact. Feeling the frightening dou qi that was transmitted from the body of the spear, Xiao Yan's body shook. The dou qi within his body poured out and easily dissolved the dou qi that had invaded his body. He took 2 steps back, raised his gaze, and once again looked at the old man. At this moment, compared to Xiao Yan, in the instant when the old man and Xiao Yan collided, the frightening strength brought about by the heavy Xian ruler and Xiao Yan's frightening dou qi that was not the slightest bit weaker than a 9-star half-martial emperor's, caused the old man to be at a complete disadvantage in their first collision. With merely a single strike, Xiao Yan had forced him back several feet. Although it wasn't a major injury, it was sufficient to cause the old man to become serious about Xiao Yan in his heart. "Brat! Are you really not willing to stop?" Seeing that his attack had no effect, the old man could only threaten Chu Feng once again. "You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Come. Let me see how much power a 9-star half-martial emperor possesses." With a sneer, Xiao Yan waved the enormous ruler in his hand again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before the old man. Seeing this, the old man could only helplessly clench his teeth. He waved the long spear in his hand and collided with Xiao Yan's attack once again. Ding ding ding, the sounds of intense collisions continued to resound in this region. However, even though the old man had already used all of his strength, he was still helpless against Xiao Yan. The young man before him, who appeared to only possess the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, gave this old man the greatest pressure he had ever felt in his entire life. This kind of pressure was something that he had never felt even when facing experts of the same level as him. Yet now, he was being suppressed by a 6-star half-martial emperor to the point where he was powerless to fight back. "Bastard! Zhao Ling! If you still don't do anything, young master will lose his life." Feeling helpless, the old man could only angrily roar at the city behind him. Immediately after the old man's words left his mouth, a frightening 9-star half-martial emperor's aura that was no weaker than his own instantly swept across the entire sky like a wave. Never would I have imagined that someone would actually dare to provoke my Zhao family. Furthermore, what astonishes me the most is that it's actually a young brat. Zhao Ying, you've truly lost all of your face. Bastard. If you still don't do anything, not to mention this old man's face, even our lives will be in danger. Hearing what was said, the old man called Zhao Ying immediately couldn't help but angrily roar. At the same time, Xiao Yan's gaze also landed on the 9-star half-martial emperor that had appeared beside Zhao Ying. Another 9-star half-martial emperor, huh? Haha, coldly laughing in his heart, Xiao Yan was not worried at all. Chapter 505. Leave this brat to me. Zhao Ying, go and bring the young master back. Otherwise, if the family head gets angry, we won't be able to bear the consequences. In the sky, Zhao Ling casually gave orders to Zhao Ying. The latter's face gradually turned ashen when he heard Zhao Ling's words. He coldly snorted and reprimanded Zhao Ying. You remember the family head now? Then why didn't you act when I was blocked by this brat earlier? I originally thought that you would be able to easily deal with a mere 6-star half-martial emperor. Who knew that a 6-star half-martial emperor would actually make you so strenuous? Zhao Ling coldly snorted. Soon after, his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. As for Zhao Ying, he angrily glared at Zhao Ling. After that, he looked at Murong Qianqian and Zhao Qi below. His body moved and he intended to charge towards Murong Qianqian. If you want to save them, I'm afraid that you'll have to pass through me first. Just as Xiao Ying's body moved, Xiao Yan suddenly moved and blocked in front of Zhao Ying. Seeing that, Zhao Ying couldn't help but frown. His gaze quickly looked towards Xiao Ling. Brat. From now on, your opponent is me. If you want to stop him, you should first see if you have the ability to deal with me. After coldly laughing, Zhao Ling suddenly let out a shout. At the same time, the dou qi within his body suddenly exploded. As his body moved, he unrestrainedly clawed at Xiao Yan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose when he saw this. His body shook and both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. A thought passed through his heart and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was suddenly activated. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had transformed into a giant King Kong god. The giant fist was waved. With the mixture of dou qi, the giant diamond fist that was several times larger than Zhao Ling's entire body emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom in the air. The sharp wind was like sharp blades as it fiercely blew towards Zhao Ling's face. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ling and Xiao Yan's giant fist fiercely collided together. Boom! A violent explosion shook the horizon. At this very moment, everyone involuntarily turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan and Zhao Ling. When everyone saw the scene in the field at this moment, they could not help but open their mouths wide, revealing a stunned expression. Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying were 9-star half-martial emperors from Sulan City's Xiao clan. There was practically no one present who didn't recognize them. However, even so, Zhao Ling and the black-robed young man were actually unable to determine the victor in the battle at first glance. This brat. How did he do it? Naturally, many of the people present had seen through Xiao Yan's true strength. Immediately, a storm was set off in everyone's hearts. A 6-star half-martial emperor was actually not at a disadvantage in the slightest against a 9-star half-martial emperor. This sort of astonishing battle power could truly be said to be extremely frightening. What? Compared to the people outside of the field, Zhao Ling, who was currently colliding with Xiao Yan's fists, was even more shocked in his heart. Compared to the others, only he knew even better how much power Xiao Yan had used at this moment. Although his attack seemed to have been blocked by Xiao Yan, up until now, the black-robed young man before him had yet to use his full strength. Octane collapse. Break. With a fierce shout in his heart, Xiao Yan's huge fist fiercely trembled. Immediately, an extremely frightening hidden energy suddenly swept out from the huge fist. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed Zhao Ling's attack in one fell swoop. At the same time, it also sent Zhao Ling flying. Pucci, the instant Zhao Ling managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. The hidden energy of the octane collapse caused him to not have the slightest bit of defense. However, he had just been sent flying by Xiao Yan's attack. In the blink of an eye, the hidden energy rapidly exploded within Zhao Ling's body, causing him to suffer quite a bit of injury. Whoosh! With a mere punch, a 9-star half-martial emperor was sent flying while spitting out blood. This scene caused the crowd below to immediately burst into an uproar. This kind of battle accomplishment was truly unimaginable. Not only did a 6-star half-martial emperor possess a frightening battle strength comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was actually able to injure a 9-star half-martial emperor. On the other hand, the black-robed young man's aura actually did not change in the slightest. This also meant that in the collision earlier, the only one who had suffered a loss was Zhao Ling alone. When they thought of this point, a stormy wave rose in the hearts of the crowd below. This kind of frightening battle accomplishment had already surpassed their imaginations. At this very moment, even the other 9-star half-martial emperors who were watching the battle involuntarily cast fearful gazes towards Xiao Yan. Only they were able to see some clues from the collision earlier. From the collision earlier, Xiao Yan had held the upper hand from start to finish. No matter if it was the strength of his fist or the intensity of his do qi, Zhao Ling was completely unable to compare with him. The golden giant before their eyes was truly too powerful. Exactly who is this boy? I've never heard of such a monstrous character appearing in the past 2 years. Could it be that he's a disciple from some power? The several 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky looked at each other in dismay. They could not help but reveal a trace of suspicion in their eyes. As for Xiao Yan, he did not stop in the slightest after sending Zhao Ling flying with a punch. At the instant when Zhao Ling was sent flying, Xiao Yan's enormous body, which was akin to a giant god, suddenly turned around. His feet ferociously stepped on the empty space. At the same time as the space crumbled, Xiao Yan's body shot explosively towards Murong Qianqian below like a cannonball. At the same time, Zhao Ying had already arrived above Murong Qianqian. Her withered hand curled into a claw and grabbed towards Murong Qianqian's little head. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ying's claw had already arrived above Murong Qianqian's head. She was only a few inches away from being able to control Murong Qianqian. However, at the very next moment, when Zhao Ying's claw had already touched the hair on Murong Qianqian's head, the space beside her suddenly twisted. Soon after, a golden giant god appeared beside Zhao Ying. At the same time, an enormous golden fist with extremely frightening do qi ferociously smashed into Zhao Ying's chest. Scram! A furious shout was heard. The enormous golden fist with frightening do qi and ferocious heavenly flames ferociously smashed into Zhao Ying's chest. A muffled sound akin to a balloon exploding was heard. At the very next moment, Zhao Ying's body was uncontrollably sent flying. Soon after, she ferociously smashed into Sulan City below. At this moment, the gazes of everyone present were filled with astonishment. 2 punches. From start to finish, the golden giant before them had only used 2 punches. Furthermore, every single punch had knocked back a 9-star half-martial emperor expert. This sort of battle accomplishment could truly be said to be shocking. Forcing back a 9-star half-martial emperor with a single punch. From what they knew, only a true Do Di would be able to accomplish such a thing. And now, this scene had actually happened to a 6-star half-martial emperor whose strength was not comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. This truly caused them to feel astonished. Chapter 506. The golden light scattered and Xiao Yan's frail figure slowly descended to the ground. He stood beside Murong Qianqian with his hands behind his back. His eyelids were slightly raised as he coldly stared at Zhao Ying and Zhao Ling, who had once again flown into the sky. "How is it? Do you still want to continue fighting?" While she spoke, Murong Qianqian's jade-like hand once again swung down heavily. Following a clear sound, Zhao Qi, whose face was swollen, was finally unable to endure any longer. His head tilted to the side and he fainted. Seeing their young master fall, the expressions on the old faces of Zhao Ying and Zhao Ling, who were in the sky, involuntarily changed. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly nodded. In the next instant, Doqi wildly poured out from their bodies and they charged toward Xiao Yan. "Brat! You dare to insult our young master in such a manner today. You must die." As the two of them charged toward Xiao Yan, sinister words were also transmitted from their mouths. Immediately, the two of them let out a stern cry in unison as they waved the Do Qi in their hands. Powerful Do skills swiftly gathered in their hands. The aura that descended from the sky caused the expressions of most of the people in the city to involuntarily change. Two 9-star half-martial emperors attacking together. The nature of this battle was completely different from earlier. Although Xiao Yan was able to force back either Zhao Ying or Zhao Ling with a single punch, that was after all a one-on-one fight. However, if the two of them were to attack together, an ordinary expert would not be a match for them at all. Even if Xiao Yan's battle strength was extraordinary, if he wanted to fight the two of them by himself, the strength he would need would likely be even greater than earlier. The two of you attacking together, trying to win with numbers. Seeing the two of them charging toward him, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. If either of the two of them had the strength of an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor, he would really feel that it would be troublesome. However, if it was like now, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to finish them off. With a thought, a terrifyingly vast spiritual energy immediately swept out in all directions from between his eyebrows. Under the perception of Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, every single action in this world was slowed down by several times in his eyes, including the current Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying. Xiao Yan rotated his hands and the hands behind his back were immediately waved upwards. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body swiftly gathered in his palms. As the Zhao Ling duo approached, Xiao Yan's palms violently smashed towards the two of them. Underworld Palm. Ancient Emperor's Seal. Following the stern cry that was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart, two handprints that were agglomerated from the brilliant, heavenly flame were swung out from Xiao Yan's hands. The two palm prints expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to 100 feet in size. Like two walls of fire, they fiercely bombarded Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying. Facing Xiao Yan's attack, Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying's expressions became even more ruthless. Zhao Ying waved his hand and the silver spear in his hand rapidly rotated in his palm like a windmill. Immediately, his palm tightly gripped the silver spear. With a shake of the spear, he violently smashed it towards the incoming underworld palm. Wild Dragon breaks the sky. With a stern shout, Zhao Ying's expression was ferocious. The Do Qi in his body wildly poured out. Above Zhao Ying's head, the Do Qi quickly condensed into a giant dragon. The moment the giant dragon was formed, it let out a deafening beast roar. With a shake of its body, it directly faced Xiao Yan's underworld palm. On the other side, Zhao Ling's arms suddenly shook. The Do Qi in his body quickly climbed up his right arm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a pair of giant beast claws on Zhao Ling's arms. Tearing wind break. Zhao Ling coldly shouted. The pair of giant beast claws suddenly waved and violently charged towards the ancient emperor's seal. Boom! In the next instant, Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying respectively collided with the two palms with frightening might. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. Everyone present felt a buzzing sound in their ears. One by one, they involuntarily moved back. Some of the weaker ones even turned pale and vomited blood from the corner of their mouths. The auras of their bodies rapidly weakened. In the sky, the few 9-star half-martial emperors also involuntarily frowned. After a slight hesitation, they also rapidly moved back a distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. On the other side, the expressions of Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying, which were originally filled with a sinister killing intent, involuntarily changed once again. They did not expect that the mortal rank dose skills that the two of them had used were actually unable to shatter the enormous palm in front of them with a single strike. It was difficult to imagine how frightening the strength of the person who had used it was. Ha! Break for me! The two of them glanced at each other. Immediately after, they fiercely nodded. The two of them began to revolve the do qi in their bodies. Their bodies suddenly trembled and the power contained within the silver spear and the beast claws crazily increased. Bang! A short moment later, under the furious cries of the two of them, the yellow spring palm and ancient god's seal that Xiao Yan had used were finally defeated by Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying amidst a sound that was like glass shattering. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly after his dose skills were broken. Zhao Ying and Zhao Ying smiled at each other. Their faces revealed a mocking expression. It was as though being able to defeat Xiao Yan was something that they should be extremely happy about. Ha! Brat, die! With a ferocious smile, the two of them once again leaped forward and swiftly charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had suffered a hidden loss in one strike. This seemed to be indicating to them that Xiao Yan would be completely defeated under their feet. This caused the hearts of Zhao Ying and Zhao Ying to be extremely heated at this moment. However, they did not notice that even though Xiao Yan had suffered a small loss earlier, he had not used his full strength from the beginning until the end. Moreover, the yellow spring palm and ancient god seal earlier were merely Tian class do skills. Compared to a man class do skill, being able to endure until that moment was already considered not easy. At this moment, the two of them were actually still able to form this kind of victorious feeling in their hearts. This was really something that caused one to involuntarily laugh. Humph! Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. His somewhat pale face finally revealed a solemn expression. The expression on his face, which had continued to joke, was gradually withdrawn. Both of his eyes narrowed and a glint flickered within them as a cold glint circulated. When facing his enemies, Xiao Yan would never be merciful and lenient, much less this kind of people who use their strength to bully others. He would not give them any leeway to refute. Since he was able to settle this matter now, there was naturally no need for him to continue dragging things out. Humph, let's end this quickly, clan tattoo, appear. Xiao Yan softly muttered in his heart. With a thought, the mysterious symbol that represented the Xiao clan's emblem appeared between his brows. Following the appearance of the clan tattoo, Xiao Yan's aura instantly became even more frightening. At this moment, even the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky involuntarily stirred up a great wave in their gazes when they looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm in an instant. Moreover, his aura was still rapidly rising. It seemed as if he was about to reach the late stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. This scene caused the few 9-star half-martial emperors to feel endlessly shocked. This brat, could it be that he really used a secret technique? But, exactly what sort of secret technique is it? It's actually able to increase his strength by so much. This brat is no ordinary person. After living for so many years, this was the first time that they had seen such a secret technique. It was actually able to forcibly increase a half-martial emperor's strength by nearly 1 star in the blink of an eye. This sort of thing could truly be said to be shocking. Haha, since you all have already attacked earlier, it should be my turn now. Right at the moment when the crowd was shocked, Xiao Yan's domineering voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 507. Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, the sky extinction steps beneath his feet was instantly executed. A cool breeze blew past and Xiao Yan's body, which was originally standing on the ground, instantly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions of Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying, who were in mid-air, immediately changed. They cried out in their hearts as their gazes rapidly scanned the surrounding space. As the sky extinction steps was executed, Xiao Yan's aura had completely blended into the area in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying were simply unable to detect him. Once Xiao Yan suddenly attacked, they would fall into a passive state. No need to be nervous. To deal with you, I don't need to launch a surprise attack. I just need to deal with you head-on. Just as the gazes of the two people were looking around, the empty space in front of the two of them suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a black-robed Xiao Yan appeared in front of Zhao Ling and the other person. After appearing, Xiao Yan stared at Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying with a cold smile. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying and no one dared to underestimate him. Brat, you are too arrogant. Previously, the two of us were careless and fell into your trap. Now that the two of us have joined forces, you are simply no match for us. Even though this was the case, at this moment, Zhao Ling and the other man still did not place Xiao Yan in their hearts. They had completely blamed their earlier defeat on a moment of carelessness. As his words sounded out, Zhao Ling's body suddenly shook. His claws, which were filled with a formidable aura, viciously waved as a sharp wind sound appeared in the space in front of him. At the same time, Zhao Ying, who was beside him, once again waved the silver spear in his hand. The two of them looked at each other and immediately leaped forward, swiftly charging towards Xiao Yan. Brat, die! With a stern shout, Zhao Ying took the lead. The silver spear in his hand was filled with an incomparably formidable and overbearing aura. Like a cunning poisonous snake, it twisted its body and viciously pierced towards Xiao Yan. In the face of Zhao Ying's overbearing attack, Xiao Yan's expression turned cold. With a wave of his large hand, a magnificent heavenly flame instantly surged out. Like a storm, it viciously welcomed the incoming Zhao Ying. Boom! In just an instant, the surging, heavenly flame, and the tricky silver spear fiercely collided. The moment the two collided, a ferocious energy storm swept across the entire sky. Everyone could not help but fly backwards again. At the same time, their expressions instantly turned grave. At this moment, in the center of the energy storm, Zhao Ying's heart was once again overwhelmed with shock. But then, a ferocious killing intent suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. After a short collision, the energy storm quickly dispersed, and everyone's vision became clear once again. Xiao Yan's figure stood in the sky. Zhao Ying's attack was easily neutralized by his heavenly flame. After taking care of Zhao Ying, there was not the slightest bit of pressure on Xiao Yan's face. It was as if he was not facing a 9-star half-martial emperor at all. As for Zhao Ying, under the terrifyingly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the body of the silver spear that was made from a special metal had become boiling hot. It was simply something that one could not touch. Helpless, Zhao Ying could only choose to retreat. However, at the same time that Zhao Ying retreated, the killing intent in his eyes became increasingly clear. Die! However, in the next instant, when Zhao Ying was forced back by Xiao Yan, Zhao Ling's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a ghost. The instant Zhao Ling appeared, his two enormous claws formed by Do Qi were already raised high above his head. Soon after, under the attentive gazes of everyone in this world, he ruthlessly chopped down at Xiao Yan's head. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone to be involuntarily stunned. When they regained their senses, Zhao Ling's enormous claws had already descended upon Xiao Yan's head. In the next instant, blood splattered 3 feet away. At this very moment, everyone's heart seemed to have already seen Xiao Yan's ending. Everyone withdrew their gazes. Some young ladies even felt a wave of pity in their hearts. On the other hand, although Murong Qianqian's pretty face carried a tinge of worry, in her heart, there was more trust in Xiao Yan's strength. She knew that Xiao Yan was definitely not the kind of person who would wantonly show off. Since he dared to face Xiao Ling and Murong Qianqian head-on, he definitely had his own confidence. As expected, in the next instant, when Zhao Ling's claws ruthlessly chopped down on Xiao Yan's body and pierced through Xiao Yan's body, what was emitted was only a sharp sound of breaking wind and the space that was violently torn apart by Do Qi. As for the imagined scene of blood splattering, there was not the slightest bit of it. After image. At this moment, the expression on Zhao Ling's face was instantly lifeless. His entire mind was blank at this moment. It was really hard for him to imagine how Xiao Yan, who was clearly a dead soul under his claws, was able to dodge his sudden attack. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding people who saw this scene instantly became extremely interesting. How is this possible? This fellow. He actually dodged it. How did he do it? This child is definitely not an ordinary person. When the scene in the sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes, instantly, a wave of discussions that were filled with astonishment reverberated across the sky like muffled thunder. On the ground, Murong Qianqian could not help but let out a long sigh of relief at this moment. Even though she already had an answer in her heart, when she saw that Xiao Yan was fine, the young lady's heart could not help but feel a little excited. Your speed is too slow. With this kind of speed, do you really think that you can hit someone? In the sky, when Zhao Ling regained his senses, Xiao Yan's ice-cold voice was transmitted into Zhao Ling's ears. When he heard those ice-cold words that seemed to be right beside his ear, the expression on Zhao Ling's face instantly changed. His pair of sharp claws, as if it was a conditioned reflex, fiercely swung towards the empty space on his right. Clang! A violent collision sound was transmitted. As sparks flew, a terrifying power also suddenly exploded at this moment. The empty space around the two of them also trembled violently. A formless spatial ripple then slowly spread out. The instant Zhao Ling turned his head to look, the expression in his eyes could not help but be stunned once again. He saw that the pair of sharp claws that he was so proud of was actually grabbed by the black-robed man in front of him with his bare hands. What? Seeing this scene, Zhao Ling's heart was suddenly shocked. The expression on his face was even more aghast. His body twisted, and a whip kick was ruthlessly sent towards Xiao Yan's head. Chi! Following a violent wind-breaking sound, Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, the hands that were grabbing onto the ladder's claws suddenly exerted force, and a fist fiercely smashed into the ladder's palm. With a bang, Zhao Ling's body was suddenly sent flying by this sudden huge force. Attack together. We definitely cannot give him any chance to breathe. Feeling the terror of Xiao Yan, Zhao Ling did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Ying, and the two of them nodded their heads in unison. Soon after, their bodies moved, and they violently charged towards Xiao Yan. Ha! Zhao Ying's silver spear flicked, directly piercing towards Xiao Yan's throat. Zhao Ling's pair of claws viciously waved, directly aiming for Xiao Yan's head. Bang bang bang, even though the attacks of the two were not weak, Xiao Yan's face remained indifferent. With a raise of his hand, he blocked the killing moves of the two people one by one. At the same time, the heavenly flame scattered, causing Zhao Ling and Zhao Ying to suffer quite a bit. Bang! Another intense collision occurred. Xiao Yan's fist viciously smashed onto the silver spear. Immediately, the terrifying huge force caused the perfectly straight spear body to swiftly become abnormally bent. Only when Zhao Ling on the other side once again waved his pair of claws and charged towards Xiao Yan did Xiao Yan coldly snort. The right arm that he had swung out shook violently, and a huge force poured out. Immediately, Zhao Ying could not help but rapidly retreat a few steps. Immediately after, Zhao Ling arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His pair of claws swiftly danced, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of doqi pillars viciously chopped towards Xiao Yan like steel blades. Wherever they passed, even the air was forcefully torn apart. At the same time, Zhao Ling also took advantage of the situation, his sharp claws raised high, and viciously chopped down towards Xiao Yan's head. Ancient Emperor Seal. Break! His palm blasted out, and in the blink of an eye, those doqi pillars were all blocked. At the same time, when Zhao Ling took advantage of the situation, his fists abruptly clenched. With a thought, the vitriol glass body was instantly unleashed. At the same time that the sharp claws were about to descend, Ting Qingshan grasped them in his palm. Ah! Grabbing the sharp claws that covered Zhao Ling's hands, Xiao Yan's big hand fiercely clenched. Immediately, the sharp claws in his palm were forcibly crushed with a kachif sound. Immediately after, Xiao Yan opened and closed his hands, and another fist blasted out, sending Zhao Ling's body flying once again. The instant Xiao Yan turned around, he suddenly waved his fist. At the same time, he opened his mouth and unleashed the divine wrath of the netherworld. Zhao Ying, who was attacking from behind, suddenly stiffened in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yan's fist unrestrainedly landed on Zhao Ying's body. In the blink of an eye, the two 9-star half-martial emperors were both defeated by Xiao Yan. Between the heavens and the earth, everyone was shocked by Xiao Yan's thunderous methods. Who would have thought that the 9-star half-martial emperors, who were truly at the peak level in the entire western region, would actually be so weak in front of this black-cloaked youth? This was simply inconceivable. However, after sending the two flying, Xiao Yan did not stop. Now that the battle had been decided, what he wanted to do was to completely end this battle. He was prepared to end this battle. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Suddenly, Xiao Yan shouted in his heart. In the sky, like a giant god, Xiao Yan's big hand fiercely blasted the space in front of him. Immediately, a circle of pitch-black light that contained waves of fire spread across the heavens and the earth, with Xiao Yan as the center. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Zhao Ling's and Zhao Ying's bodies that were retreating. Immediately, the Great Heaven Creation Palm's unique devouring power was emitted. Zhao Ling's and Zhao Ying's bodies were swallowed by the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Under the pitch-black light, a wave of painful screams was immediately heard. In the sky, the faces of the people who saw this scene could not help but slightly change. Even if they only took a glance at the devouring power within the light circle, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. There was naturally no need to say more about the power of this Do skill. However, just as everyone thought that Zhao Ling's and Zhao Ying's were about to die under Xiao Yan's Great Heaven Creation Palm, a faint old voice was suddenly transmitted from the heavens and the earth. The moment this voice was transmitted, everyone's faces instantly changed. Even the current Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a deep solemnness. This young friend, where it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. You have already taken advantage of them today and they have also received your punishment. On account of this old me, let's forget about this matter. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Murong Qianqian, who was on the ground below, also shot her gaze towards Xiao Yan at this moment. The gazes of the two made contact for an instant. Immediately, Xiao Yan violently nodded his head. A thought passed through his heart and he withdrew the Great Heaven Creation Palm. At the same time, he quietly muttered in his heart. It is unexpected that we are actually able to meet a Do-D class expert in this small Sulan city. The strength of the 4 great clans is likely even more unimaginable. Chapter 508. When the old man's voice reverberated across the sky, everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. This was especially the case for the few 9-star half-emperors. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. They had never expected that the matter between the few half-emperors would actually alarm this old man. From the looks of it, this should be the ancestor of the Zhao clan. TSK, it is unexpected that even he has been alarmed. Old Zhao Qi is very protective of Zhao Qi. Usually, that brat is arrogant and despotic. Half of his confidence should come from his grandfather, a 2-star Do-D class expert. The few 9-star half-emperors in the sky were whispering to each other as they discussed the current situation. Their words were filled with fear for that so-called old Zhao Qi. Strange, Zhao Qi has already fainted because of this fellow. Logically speaking, old Zhao Qi should have already shown himself. Why is it that he is being so courteous with this brat today? While the few of them were discussing, they involuntarily felt some suspicion toward this unusual action of the old man. 1 year ago, the ancestor of the Zhao clan had already touched the barrier of a 3-star Do-D. It is likely that he is about to break through now. However, he just so happens to encounter such a matter. Naturally, he is unable to show himself. Otherwise, given that old man's character, this brat would have already been cut into 8 pieces. Moreover, the clan head of the Zhao clan has coincidentally left the Zhao clan because of some matters. Currently, the Zhao clan is without a leader. Even the 2 strongest 9-star half-emperors have been defeated by this brat. The current Zhao clan is naturally unable to do anything to him. Thus, the attitude of the ancestor of the Zhao clan has naturally lowered. Hearing these words, the remaining 9-star half-emperors immediately understood in their hearts. At the same time, they involuntarily revealed shocked expressions. No wonder the ancestor of the Zhao clan doted on his grandson so much. His grandson had yet to show himself. It was because his strength was about to break through again. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Yan in the sky had also withdrawn his aura. The great heaven creation palm that he had unleashed slowly disappeared. Zhao Ling and Zhao Qi, who had been swallowed by the dark black energy light circle, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes amidst a series of miserable cries. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His sharp eyes slowly swept across the sky. The expression within his pair of dark black eyes swiftly became solemn. He could clearly sense that ever since the old man's voice was emitted, this entire place had been covered by an imposing pressure. Although that pressure did not completely appear, it still caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a deep chill. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally raised his eyes. He cupped his hands together and cupped them toward the sky above his head. His tone was solemn as he spoke. Since Senior has stepped forward, Junior should give Senior some face. Today's matter will end here. Facing a Do-D, even the arrogant Xiao Yan had no choice but to withdraw his temperament. After all, an expert of that level was not someone that the current Xiao Yan could deal with. If he was not careful, once the other party attacked him, Xiao Yan would not even have the strength to refute. Sensing that Xiao Yan had withdrawn his attack, the ancestor of the Zhao clan also unconsciously withdrew his imposing pressure. Just like what the 9-star half-martial emperor had said earlier, the current him was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. It was already very dangerous for him to act rashly. If he continued to maintain this state, it would not be beneficial to him. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. The old me believes that today's matter is only a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, the old me would like to invite the 2 of you to my Zhao clan as guests. Of course, the first reason is that the 2 of you are strangers and it is likely that this is the first time that you have come to my Sulan city. My Zhao clan would like to act as a host. The second reason is that my clan members have spoiled you and angered you. My Zhao clan also hopes to apologize to the two of you. If the two of you do not mind, you can stay in my Zhao clan for a few more days. My Zhao clan will definitely treat you with respect. After hearing this, Murong Qianqian no longer cared about the unconscious Zhao Qi. She twisted her lovely body and arrived beside Xiao Yan. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the latter as she smiled and said, "How is it? Do you want to go and have a seat? I see that this old man seems to have the intention of admitting his mistake. You can go and eat something delicious." He he. Ha, you see. What do you have to see? Have you seen that old man? Humph, if we really go, wouldn't we be delivering ourselves to them to be beaten? It would be like catching a turtle in a jar. It would be difficult for us to escape even if we wanted to. The other party is an elite Dodi. There might be a reason why he did not attack. However, once he attacks, we will not be able to escape even if we want to. Ugh, Xiao Yan merely laughed coldly at the young lady's words. His gaze solemnly swept across the sky. A vast and mighty frightening spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows and carefully investigated the empty space that he was standing in. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan once again withdrew his gaze. He glanced at Murong Qianqian by the side and immediately spoke to the empty space above his head in a solemn voice. "We appreciate Elder's kind intentions. However, we still need to hurry on with our journey and it is inconvenient for us to disturb you. The two of us will bid farewell here." Xiao Yan cupped his hands toward the empty space above his head. He then pulled Murong Qianqian by the side and turned around to leave. Now that the situation had developed in such a manner, Sulan City no longer possessed any safety for Xiao Yan. This was especially the case now when he still needed to protect Murong Qianqian by his side. This caused him to be even more cautious in everything he did. Faced with this elite Dodi who had yet to appear, it was better to leave and save himself some trouble instead of continuing to stay. However, just as Xiao Yan was leading Murong Qianqian and turning around, the old man's voice was once again transmitted from the sky. This time around, everyone's gazes instantly stared at Xiao Yan after the old man's voice sounded. "Cuckoo, why is there a need for you to leave in such a hurry? 2 years ago, you did not even show the slightest fear when you fought against the leaders of the 4 sections. Why is it that today, an old man like me actually caused you, Xiao Yan, to take the initiative to give way?" As the old man's voice sounded, everyone's gazes instantly became aghast. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they landed on Xiao Yan's body. Those gazes contained surprise, doubt, shock and greed. Xiao Yan. This name, which had already been submerged in everyone's memories with the passing of time, was gradually remembered by everyone present following the old man's words. Even some of those who originally could not recall it were swiftly reminded by the people beside them and swiftly recalled this name that had shaken the entire western region 2 years ago. Xiao Yan. He is Xiao Yan. The Xiao Yan who was jointly chased by the 4 large sects 2 years ago. He is actually still alive. Wasn't he captured by the 4 large sects? Bullshit. Those who were captured were only Xiao Yan's impersonators. I'm afraid this is the real Xiao Yan. In the sky, those 9-star half-martial emperors also stared at Xiao Yan with complicated gazes at this moment. Although they were very tempted by the promise made by the 4 large sects back then, they had also seen the frightening battle strength that the current Xiao Yan possessed. That kind of strength was something that even they would find difficult to shake. At this moment, the crowd on the ground below had already become eager to give it a try. Those 9-star half-martial emperors were able to guard their hearts in the face of such an enormous temptation, but they were unable to. To them, who were not strong enough, emperor-grade medicinal pellets were extremely attractive. Furthermore, there were also other martial skills and dou skills. These gave them even more reason to refuse. The promise made by the 4 large sects immediately caused the hearts of these ordinary experts to become fiery hot. Ha! Who would have thought that after 2 years, Xiao Yan would actually appear again? Everyone, attack together. As long as we can capture him, the bounty from the 4 large sects will all be ours. On the ground, a black mass of human heads were shouting excitedly. One by one, they took out their respective weapons. Numerous Do-Chi light pillars rapidly soared into the sky. Gorgeous rays of light shone between heaven and earth. As they fused with each other, they condensed into a powerful oppressive aura that pressed down on Xiao Yan, who was in the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. He did not expect that old man to be able to recognize him. It would appear that the Zhao family's old ancestor wanted to borrow the hands of these people to eliminate him. Humph, how is it? Little girl, do you still think that old man is a good person? His expression was not the slightest bit moved. Xiao Yan's gaze turned to Murong Qianqian and asked with a light smile. Hearing this, the young girl's long and shapely eyebrows were tightly knitted together. After fiercely cursing the Zhao family's old ancestor in her heart, she lightly curled her little mouth. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, and frowned as she asked Xiao Yan. Then what do we do now? If they all attack together, it will be troublesome. Lightly shaking his head, Xiao Yan smiled and turned his gaze to the few 9-star half-emperors in the sky. From his point of view, only these few people could stop him. As long as they did not attack, no one in Sulan City would be able to stop him today. Of course, the Zhao family's old ancestor was an exception. Seeing the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over, the few of them gave Xiao Yan a good-natured smile. One of them also replied to Xiao Yan. We have also admired Sir Xiao Yan for a long time. However, we do not care about the bounty from the 4 large sections. Therefore, Sir Xiao Yan, please do as you wish. There is no need to care about us. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately felt as if he had eaten a calming pill in his heart. He cupped his hands towards the few people in the sky, and then turned his gaze to the densely packed group of half-emperors on the ground below. With an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, a terrifying pressure rapidly rose in front of Xiao Yan. Like an enormous demonic beast, it fiercely pressed down on Xiao Yan. Humph! With an ice-cold expression, Xiao Yan coldly snorted. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. His body lightly trembled, and then he suddenly took a step forward. Immediately, a vast and terrifying aura swept out from Xiao Yan's body. The instant the two terrifying auras collided, the world became silent. Soon after, Xiao Yan's nose suddenly emitted a cold snort that shook the world. In the next instant, the aura pressure that was condensed by the combined strength of everyone in the city was instantly destroyed by Xiao Yan. The unstoppable power instantly forced everyone in the city below to retreat. At the same time that the aura pressure was crushed by Xiao Yan, everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Humph! If you're not afraid of death, then come. Chapter 509. The stern cry caused the expressions of everyone in the area to change. No one expected that the aura, which was agglomerated from the combined effort of everyone in the city, would actually be completely suppressed by Xiao Yan alone. This kind of result was really unimaginable. At this moment, even the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky felt deep shock in their hearts. With his own strength, he was able to suppress an entire city's oppressive might. This ordinary-looking black-gowned youth before them had truly brought them too much shock. Who would have thought that a 6-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor? Furthermore, he had suppressed an entire city's worth of people by himself. Yet today, this sort of thing that no one would believe had actually happened before their very eyes. How could their hearts continue to remain calm? After Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the aura that had just been ignited in the city below also rapidly dissipated at the same time as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth. Faced with Xiao Yan, who was even more frightening than a 9-star half-martial emperor, these people could only avoid him. At the same time, the Zhao clan's ancestor, who was filled with anger, also calmed down. Xiao Yan's strength came as a great surprise to him. He had originally thought that as long as he revealed Xiao Yan's identity, there would naturally be countless people charging at Xiao Yan. In that case, his Zhao clan would be able to kill Xiao Yan without expending a single soldier. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the strength that Xiao Yan possessed. Before Xiao Yan's oppressive might, those people simply did not even have the courage to charge at him, much less kill him. Xiao Yan's ice-cold gaze slowly swept over the group of people below. Soon after, he retrieved his gaze and once again raised his head to look at the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky. He lightly smiled at them and clasped his hands together. Seeing this, the few 9-star half-martial emperors did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They also clasped their hands together towards Xiao Yan. After that, Xiao Yan pulled Murong Qianshan, who was beside him, and with a movement of his body, he flew out of Sulan City. Right when Xiao Yan and Murong Qianshan were about to leave Sulan City, the Zhao clan's ancestor's voice once again resounded in the sky. Xiao Yan, this old man will remember today's matter. When this old man exits his seclusion, he will definitely meet you personally. Anytime. Xiao Yan coldly snorted without turning his head after the somewhat hoarse old voice sounded. Immediately, he pulled Murong Qianshan with one hand and moved his body. The sky extinction step was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only when Xiao Yan and Murong Qianshan's auras completely disappeared from this world did everyone in the city gradually regain their senses. As they recalled everything that had happened earlier, everyone felt that it was unreal in their hearts. However, Xiao Yan's appearance allowed them to gradually understand that not long from now, a great commotion would once again arise in the western region. And this main character was the person who had appeared in Sulan City for the first time after 2 years, Xiao Yan. With Xiao Yan's appearance, the entire western region would be in an uproar because of him. The 4 great sects would no longer be able to return to their peaceful state. The search from 2 years ago would once again take place 2 years later. And now, Xiao Yan's strength was even stronger than 2 years ago. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor was no longer worthy of his attention. It was likely that only a genuine Dodi could deal with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed since Xiao Yan and Murong Qianshan had left Sulan City. During this half a month, Xiao Yan had brought Murong Qianshan along as they traveled west through the stars and under the moon. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianshan had both changed into black cloaks. With their auras restrained, the journey could be considered safe. Even though they had met a few groups of people who had come to find trouble with Xiao Yan, they were all swiftly dealt with by Xiao Yan with thunderous methods. Along the way, Murong Qianshan did not speak much. She seemed to be worried that she would bring trouble to Xiao Yan. Therefore, she had also hurried along with Xiao Yan without stopping. At the same time, a trace of disappointment gradually surged into the young lady's heart. After half a month of flying, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianshan were only less than a week's time away from Shahi. When she thought that she would be separated from Xiao Yan in a week's time, Murong Qianshan's heart could not help but feel like a little girl. However, when she thought of Xiao Yan's situation, the young lady had no choice but to hurriedly travel with all her might. The reason why Xiao Yan was hurrying with all his might was not only to avoid those people who wanted to kill him. More importantly, it was to ensure Murong Qianshan's safety. Since this was the case, how could she not care about Xiao Yan? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianshan had once again appeared in front of a city. Yen City, hee, I heard that there are quite a number of good things in Yen City's auction this time around. quite a number of factions and aristocratic families have sent people over. There are even quite a few elite dodi. Haha, that's right. It is said that even the Alchemist Alliance has sent people over this time around. It seems that it is because a Jinyan flower has appeared in the auction. That thing is the best among the fire-type medicinal ingredients. I didn't expect that its owner would actually take it out to auction. Hearing the words that were emitted from the mouths of the people around him, Xiaoyan's originally calm face under the dark black doping suddenly revealed a surprised expression at this moment. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned toward Murong Qianqian by his side and said seriously, "You should try your best to be a little more humble when you enter the city this time around. From what I can sense, there is no lack of Do-D class experts here." Hearing this, the young lady under the cloak gently nodded her head. However, she immediately seemed to have suddenly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Xiaoyan and said, "There are Do-D here. Then we should not enter. If you are discovered, it will be dangerous." Haha, relax. As long as we are careful, there won't be any major problems. Even if we are discovered and can't defeat them, we can just run away. Moreover, there are still some things that I need here. When he finished speaking, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly emitted a glint. A joy involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. Originally, he had thought that it would be difficult to find such a thing. However, Xiaoyan's luck seemed to be quite good. He did not expect that he would be able to find it after leaving the Shilin mountain range for only a month. Since this was the case, how could Xiaoyan easily let it go? After all, if he missed it this time around, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. Jinyan flower. The Jinyan flower was an essential medicinal ingredient to refine the ice spirit pill. Its importance in refining the ice spirit pill was not inferior to the ice spirit cold liquid. The last time Xiaoyan was in the Flame Lion's cave, he had obtained the Jinyan crystal. That thing was the product of the energy of the Jinyan flower. Originally, Xiaoyan thought that he would also be able to obtain the Jinyan flower. However, in the end, he did not manage to see it. This matter had always been kept in Xiaoyan's heart. Now that he had actually encountered it, Xiaoyan would naturally not easily let himself miss it. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiaoyan immediately smiled slightly. Immediately, he led Murong Qianqian beside him and the two of them moved together, slowly walking towards Yen City in front of them. Under the unsurprised gazes of the city guards, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian slowly walked. At the same time, a vast and mighty spiritual strength quietly spread out from between their brows, probing the various experts in the city. Chapter 5:10. After entering the city, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian randomly found a place to stay. After settling down, the two of them once again walked on the crowded street. The incoming hot sun caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily narrow his eyes. As he eyed the outline of the huge city that appeared in front of his eyes and the crowd that was coming and going on the wide street, Xiaoyan involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed in amazement. In terms of scale, Yen City was much larger than Sulan City. In fact, even the southern region's ancient Desolation City could not compare to it. From this, one could easily imagine the size of this Yen City. Of course, in comparison, the things that this place possessed were naturally not something that the savage ancient city could compare with. Due to this so-called auction, there were currently quite a number of experts gathered in Yen City. In this place, Xiaoyan could sense that even the weakest person had reached the level of a 1-star half-D. Compared to other places, the gap was obvious. At this moment, most of the news that was being transmitted from the crowd was related to the auction. Shops were lined up neatly on both sides of the street. People were coming in and out of the shops unceasingly. As the auction approached, these shops would be able to make a huge profit. Usually, such a grand event like this would be a rare sight. The two of them slowly shuttled through the human traffic. Only at this moment did they truly experience the enormous attraction that this auction contained. After some understanding, Xiao Yan found out that there were still 3 days before the auction began. 3 days. Now that Xiao Yan thought about it, he finally understood that there seemed to be only 3 medicinal pills left on him. 3 D-tier medicinal pills. In this kind of auction, where even elite Do-D would be moved, it was likely that he would really have difficulty obtaining the blazing flame flower. Ugh, Xiao Yan helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. He lifted his gaze only to discover that he and Murong Qianqian were already standing in front of a medicinal shop. Seeing the 3 large words "1,000 medicinal shop," Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. This name gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Xiao Yan turned his head and exchanged glances with the young lady beside him, who had removed her doping. The young lady smiled while Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He thought for a moment in his heart before carrying the intention of giving it a try as he slowly stepped into the 1,000 medicinal house in front of him. Other than gathering some information regarding the auction, Xiao Yan's motive for this trip was also to find a few medicinal ingredients that he needed. Other than the blazing flame flower, the ice spirit pill still required quite a number of other medicinal ingredients. Although Xiao Yan had already gathered quite a number of them, he was ultimately still lacking a few. If he could find them all here, Xiao Yan would save him the effort of searching everywhere. However, along the way, Xiao Yan had only seen some small and medium-sized shops. Xiao Yan clearly knew that it was impossible for those shops to have the medicinal ingredients that he needed. However, the 1,000 medicinal shop in front of him caused Xiao Yan to sigh in his heart. The 1,000 medicinal shop in front of him was the largest medicinal shop that Xiao Yan had seen along the way. At the same time, Xiao Yan could clearly sense an extremely frightening pressure on the exterior of this medicinal shop. Needless to say, it was definitely a barrier that had been personally set up by an elite Do-D. To be able to get an elite Do-D to personally act, this was enough to show the foundation of this 1,000 medicinal shop. If he was able to find the things that Xiao Yan needed here, this trip could be considered worth it for Xiao Yan. The two of them had just stepped into the medicinal shop when a rich medicinal fragrance immediately pounced on Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. Faced with this kind of situation, Xiao Yan was naturally already used to it. He frowned slightly, twitched his nose and ignored it. On the other hand, Murong Qianqian, who was beside him, had come to a place with such a rich medicinal fragrance for the first time. This kind of medicinal fragrance caused the young lady's face to swiftly turn red. After which, she could not help but sneeze violently. It was a long while later that the young lady gradually got used to the rich medicinal fragrance within the medicinal shop. Xiao Yan smiled and led Murong Qianqian into the medicinal shop. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered within the medicinal shop. Numerous exquisite jade boxes were neatly placed within the many crystal counters. The medicinal fragrance that permeated the air was seeping out from these jade boxes. The counters within the medicinal shop were divided into 3 areas. One was the medicinal pill area, one was the medicinal ingredient area, and the other was the formation plate area. Compared to the 3 areas, the medicinal pill area undoubtedly had more people. After all, to these people, even though they were half-emperors, medicinal pills were still the most important thing that they needed when they traveled. In this western region where there were groups of half-emperors, even if one was a half-emperor, one would still be unable to ensure one's safety. Compared to those medicinal ingredients with wild and violent energies, a medicinal pill could play a life-saving role at a critical moment. Hence, most people did not mind purchasing medicinal pills. As for those medicinal ingredients, other than alchemists, no one else would come in contact with them. As for the formation plate area, there were also over a dozen people thinking about purchasing them. On the other hand, other than a few alchemists, there was not a single person in the medicinal ingredient area. Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head in the face of such a phenomenon. There was nothing he could do about it. Medicinal pills could be consumed to recover one's injuries and save one's life. Formation plates could be used to set up mysterious formations that could both attack and defend. As for medicinal ingredients, other than alchemists, no one was willing to touch them. The appearance of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on Murong Qianqian, who was beside Xiao Yan, and a radiance overflowed from within their eyes. There was naturally no need to say much about the gazes of the men. As for those women, they knitted their eyebrows and jealousy involuntarily flashed across their faces. There were even some who unceremoniously pinched the men beside them. Immediately, they turned around and left with displeased faces amidst a wave of miserable cries. The two of them slowly walked closer. However, they did not choose to first look at the medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills. Instead, they directly walked to the front of the counter where the formation plates were placed. Although Xiao Yan had seen the formation plates before, he had only casually glanced at them. However, this was the first time that he was able to carefully observe them from the distance of the counter. Moreover, Xiao Yan had always held a curious attitude towards the so-called formation master. Xiao Yan really wanted to see a terrifying existence that was on par with alchemists. As he walked closer, disc-like metallic formation plates appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. The formation plates here were different from those medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills. They did not need to be protected by jade boxes. Instead, they were neatly placed on the counter. On every formation plate, there was an extremely mysterious formation symbol carved on it. The formation symbol looked crooked and did not follow the rhythm. However, faintly, it released an aura that was hard to describe. This made one feel the profoundness of the formation plate even more. Just as Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were curiously observing the formation plates within the crystal counter, an elegant lady who was dressed gorgeously walked over from behind the two of them. Hee. Sir, may I ask if you want to purchase a formation plate? Chapter 5:11. In the other room, Xiao Yan extended his hand. With a thought, a jade-green heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiao Yan's palm. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, the temperature in the other room rapidly increased. A scorching aura filled the entire room, causing even the air to become scorching hot. Joy involuntarily appeared in Jin Yao's beautiful eyes when she saw the life-spirit flame in front of her once again. Compared to its ordinary appearance from before, this cluster of jade-green flames now had the appearance of a heavenly flame. After taking out the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan finally lifted his head and looked at Jin Yao. He smiled faintly and said, "District Owner Jin, due to some personal reasons, the heavenly flame cannot completely leave my body. Therefore, although I can lend the heavenly flame to District Owner Jin, I can only separate a seed flame from it. I hope District Owner Jin can understand this." Hearing this, Jin Yao's pretty face was first startled. Soon after, she chuckled and said, "Mr. Xiao Yan is too serious. Mr. Xiao Yan's words are too serious. You are already extremely benevolent by lending the heavenly flame to me. The heavenly flame originally belongs to Mr. Xiao Yan. Why would I force you?" Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled again. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on the life flame. Looking at the life flame that was dancing nimbly between his palms, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with a beautiful flame. With a thought, the jade-green flame in his hand immediately trembled violently. After a few breaths, a jade-green flame the size of a fist was separated from Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan controlled the cluster of jade-green flame with his mind and delivered it to Jin Yao. He smiled and said, "Don't worry." He smiled and said, "Because this life flame is a seed flame, its catalytic effect will be much weaker than the main body. However, it should have half the effect. Cuckoo, it is already enough that Mr. Xiao Yan is willing to lend the heavenly flame to me. After all, this is much faster than allowing the 1,000-fan tree to grow on its own. Regardless, I still have to thank Mr. Xiao Yan." Hearing this, Jin Yao smiled and nodded to Xiao Yan. A seed flame was after all a seed flame. It was normal for its strength to be inferior to the main body. Fortunately, not only was the Thousand Fan Tree revived, but she had also obtained a heavenly flame like the life flame. To her, it was worth it. However, she still could not bear to part with 1/5 of the leaves of the Thousand Fan Tree. She had waited for the Thousand Fan Tree to grow for an unknown number of years. Now that she had to give it up, she was extremely unwilling to do so. However, the words had already left his mouth. It was difficult to take them back. Now, he could only hand the Thousand Fan Tree leaf to Xiaoyan. Of course, if it was someone else, an elite Dodi could naturally ignore Xiaoyan. However, Jin Yao was different. Being a woman, she was able to reach this stage and even establish herself in this Yen city where there were many Dodi. Naturally, she had her own outstanding points. When she saw Xiaoyan for the first time, her intuition as a woman told her that this little fellow in front of her, whose strength appeared to be no more than a 6-star half-martial emperor, was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Moreover, she was actually able to faintly sense a dangerous aura from Xiaoyan's body. Jin Yao might have been skeptical about her intuition at the beginning, but she ultimately chose to believe it. She would rather believe the peace in front of her than deny the potential danger. Jin Yao wrapped the heavenly flame in front of her with Do Qi and kept it into her body. Her pretty eyes immediately looked at Xiaoyan. She pursed her lips and said, "I have promised Mr. Xiaoyan earlier that if you are able to lend me the heavenly flame, I will be willing to give you 1/5 of the Thousand Fan leaves on the Thousand Fan Tree. I will do as I say." Jin Yao raised her hand after saying these words. Her delicate finger gently pointed. Immediately, a bright Do Qi light shot out from Jin Yao's finger with the intention of plucking 1/5 of the leaves from the Thousand Fan Tree. "District Owner Jin, please wait." However, just as Jin Yao was about to act, Xiaoyan's voice was suddenly emitted and instantly stopped Jin Yao's actions. "District Owner Jin, I am aware of the value of the Thousand Fan leaves. I am also aware that these Thousand Fan leaves have grown for hundreds or thousands of years. It is not easy for them to grow. I should not so easily pluck them." The expression on Jin Yao's face hardened when she heard Xiaoyan's words. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan was actually willing to give up on the Thousand Fan leaves. It should be known that a Thousand Fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that even an elite Dodi could not help but be tempted by. However, Xiaoyan was able to give up with such a firm tone even though the treasure was right in front of him. It must be said that this determination was not something that an ordinary person could possess. However, Jin Yao had just praised Xiaoyan in her heart when Xiaoyan's words immediately caused the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face to harden. Could it be that she had misjudged the Xiaoyan in front of her? "District Owner Jin, is it possible for me to obtain a Thousand Fan leaf that has just grown?" "Ugh," the words that were immediately transmitted from Xiaoyan's mouth caused the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face to become sluggish. She really did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually make such a request. Who would give up a 1,000-year-old Thousand Fan leaf to pursue a newly grown shoot? This was basically neglecting the essentials. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that they would not be able to resist spitting at him angrily. However, Jin Yao immediately understood what was going on. The black-robed young man in front of her seemed to be even more outstanding than she had imagined. With the life spirit flame in hand, as long as Xiaoyan was able to obtain a young shoot from the Thousand Fan Tree, he would be able to use it to grow a new Thousand Fan Tree. Why would he need Jin Yao's Thousand Fan leaf? Xiaoyan's actions not only allowed him to obtain the Thousand Fan leaf, but also allowed him to thank Jin Yao, causing her to be even more grateful to Xiaoyan. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this would also be of great help to Xiaoyan in the future. A great favor from an elite Dodi was enough to allow Xiaoyan to travel unimpeded in the Shilin region. "Ha, Mr. Xiaoyan, even I am ashamed of my inferiority to your calculations. After thinking through all this, Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile that could charm all living things. Her watery eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, as though she wanted to swallow him whole. Being stared at by the woman in front of him in such a manner, Xiao Yan could not help but smile embarrassedly. District owner Jin must be joking. The reason why I am doing this is so that both of us can obtain what we need. I know that District Owner Jean values the 1,000-fan tree greatly. I just don't want to snatch away what you love. However, District Owner Jean, I believe that this deal between us will definitely not disappoint you. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. A ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes that were as deep as a pool. After which, he quickly opened his mouth and said, District Owner Jean is right. A favor from an elite Dodi is indeed very valuable. However, a favor from a rank 3 alchemist, I believe District Owner Jean should also be clear about it. Chapter 5:12. Cuckoo, Mr. need not be surprised. The formation plate is created from spirit stones as its foundation. Although it may appear ordinary, the energy contained within it is not inferior to the Do Chi that an ordinary Bandi possesses. However, the formation plates here are only ordinary goods. Although their defensive strength is frightening, they can only be used once. After one use, they will become a pile of trash. Just as Xiao Yan was feeling surprised at the terrifying defensive strength of the formation plate in front of him, the beautiful woman by his side casually retrieved the formation plate that was suspended in front of Xiao Yan. After which, she rotated her hand and another formation plate was suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. The formation plate is similar to a Do technique. One is a defensive formation plate while the other is an offensive formation plate. Of course, there is also a compound formation plate that combines the two. That kind of formation plate combines both attack and defense. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He had already seen this point when he fought with Mu Han back then. Once she finished speaking, the beautiful woman flicked her finger. The dark black formation plate in front of Xiao Yan immediately shot out numerous glass golden lights. Each golden light was around an inch long and half a thumb thick. Of course, this was only because the formation had not been completely activated. After the 10+ golden lights circled around the formation plate, they were like numerous small swords that were suspended above the formation plate and slowly circled. This kind of formation is an offensive formation. As for its use, there is no need for me to say anything more. I think that it is difficult for this thing to enter Mr.'s eyes. Ha 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 ha. At the end of her words, the beautiful woman used a gaze that was filled with charm to stare at Xiao Yan. The moment their gazes met, the latter hurriedly dodged. Faced with the charm of a Do Di, Xiao Yan really did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After helplessly laughing bitterly in his heart, Xiao Yan once again raised his head. His gaze swiftly swept across the beautiful woman's enchanting lovely body. He stared at the latter's moist red lips that were about to drip water and said, "Since Workshop Master has already mentioned the first two types, why don't you tell me about the third type as well? It can be considered as broadening my horizons." Xiao Yan didn't care much about formations. The reason why he asked this was because he wanted to have a simple understanding of formations so that he wouldn't be helpless when he met a formation master who specialized in formations in the future. Ha! Mister, you always call me mistress. It sounds strange. My name is Jin Yao, and Mister can just call me by my name. As for compound formations, you can only see them on the second floor. If Mister has the time, I don't mind introducing them to Mister. Then I'll have to trouble you, Owner Jean. Xiao Yan said with a smile as he cupped his hands respectfully. Seeing this, Jin Yao smiled and returned the greeting to Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes immediately rotated as she opened her mouth to ask. That's right. Mister, you didn't come to my 1,000 medicine house just for the disc array, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, it turned into a smile as he nodded and said, "Haha, Owner Jean is right. I didn't come to the 1000 medicine house for the formation array. The main reason is that I need to refine 2 pills. There are some medicinal ingredients that I haven't collected yet, so I came to try my luck. If I can find them, it will be a good thing. If I can't find them, it doesn't matter." As he said this, Xiao Yan and Jin Yao had already lifted their feet and slowly walked towards the 2nd floor. While he was checking the disc array earlier, Xiao Yan had also checked the counters where the medicinal ingredients were placed. However, he did not find the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed. This involuntarily caused him to feel a little disappointed in his heart. At this moment, Jin Yao's words caused a fiery hot feeling to once again rise in Xiao Yan's heart. As Xiao Yan and Jin Yao walked towards the 2nd floor, Murong Qianqian, who was behind the 2 of them, had a gloomy expression on her pretty face. Her pretty eyes stared at Jin Yao. A strange expression surged out from within her bright eyes. Being a Dodi, Jin Yao naturally sensed the enmity in Murong Qianqian's eyes. However, how could she not know the reason behind it? She smiled slightly and ignored it. She chatted and laughed with Xiao Yan beside her as they walked towards the 2nd floor. When they reached the 2nd floor, the space on the 2nd floor was a little smaller than the large hall on the 1st floor. A number of large rooms divided the entire 2nd floor. Each room was specifically responsible for selling their own goods. Under Jin Yao's lead, Xiao Yan and Jin Yao passed through a few long corridors. Soon after, a room with the word medicine written on a plaque appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. "Hee, mister, this room specializes in selling some precious medicinal ingredients. Moreover, I can say without reservation that anything that is sold in our medicinal shop is definitely a good thing. If there is something that our medicinal shop cannot take out, I believe that there is no other faction in Yen City that can take it out." Jin Yao chuckled. However, her words were filled with confidence. Since this is the case, it looks like this trip will not be in vain. Boss Jin, please lead the way. Xiao Yan smiled as he clasped his hands together towards Jin Yao and said. The 2 of them stepped into the room, while Murong Qianqian casually wandered around the other areas on the 2nd floor. With Xiao Yan's spiritual force following her at all times, there was no hindrance. After entering the room, the first thing that entered their eyes was a strange tree that was 20 feet tall. At first glance, this tree looked just like a fan that was spread open. Even the leaves on it were similarly shaped like fans. The lush green leaves reflected a verdant luster in this brightly lit room. It was as if the entire tree was emitting light, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble. Oh! 1000 Fan Tree. Upon seeing this tree, a look of astonishment involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He had never imagined that he would actually see such a strange tree here. The 1000 Fan Tree. It said that each of its leaves takes 10 years to grow, and from the looks of this tree, it's very rare. Looking at it, I'm afraid that it is at least close to 1000 years old. Mr. is indeed an expert in alchemy. This 1000 Fan Tree in my medicinal shop is indeed over 1000 years old. Unfortunately, this tree has already withered and died a couple of years ago. No matter how hard we try, we are unable to revive it. Toward the end of her words, even Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed a regretful expression. Clearly, she valued this 1000 Fan Tree greatly. It was not difficult to imagine the value of this tree if it was valued by a Do-D class expert. Originally, I wanted to treat this 1000 Fan Tree as the treasure of my shop. However, since the tree has already died, I can only place it here. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded his head when he heard this. The leaves of the 1000 Fan Tree were very valuable medicinal ingredients. This was especially the case for the 1000-year-old leaves that had accompanied the growth of the 1000 Fan Tree. They could be called priceless treasures and were something that many alchemists yearned for. However, since this tree was already dead, there were only a few thousand-year-old leaves on it. The value of this tree had been greatly reduced. It was no wonder that Jin Yao felt that it was a pity. However, Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly. His heart involuntarily moved. Currently, he was in dire need of medicinal pills. He wondered if this 1,000-fan tree would be able to give him a pleasant surprise. District owner Jean need not feel so regretful. I think that I might have a way to help District owner Jean revive this 1,000-fan tree. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at Jin Yao, who had a regretful expression on her face. The corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily changed when Xiao Yan's words sounded. She lifted her pretty eyes and looked at Xiao Yan. She seemed to be confirming if she had heard wrongly. It should be known that she had personally acted in order to revive this 1,000-fan tree back then. However, this 1,000-fan tree was ultimately unable to escape death. Yet, where did Xiao Yan get his confidence from? Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he saw this. He did not say anything more. All he did was extend a finger. After which, a thought passed through his mind. Immediately, a cluster of fingernail-sized flame seedlings appeared on Xiao Yan's finger. The expression on Jin Yao's face involuntarily became startled when she saw this wisp of flame. Soon after, her voice was filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before she involuntarily exclaimed to Xiao Yan. "This is a heavenly flame, the life spirit flame." Chapter 5:13. The life spirit flame was ranked 5th on the heavenly flame ranking. The greatest characteristic of this flame was that anyone who possessed it would be able to possess an extremely long lifespan. It would not lose out to even some magical beasts with extremely long lifespans. Another point was that the life spirit flame possessed an extremely terrifying life aura. If a medicinal ingredient seed was thrown into the heavenly flame, the seed would grow into a medicinal ingredient in just a short moment. At the same time, the ability of the life spirit flame could also be used to revive some medicinal ingredients and plants that still possessed life aura. The 1,000-fan tree was one such example. According to what Jin Yao had said, this 1,000-fan tree had withered for a couple of years. However, Xiao Yan could sense that the interior of the 1,000-fan tree still contained an extremely dense life aura. This aura was something that had gradually settled down after the 1,000-fan tree had grown for 1,000 years. Even with Jin Yao's strength, she was unable to sense it. If Xiao Yan did not possess a heavenly flame like the life spirit flame, it was likely that he would also be unable to sense it. The life spirit flame. I really did not expect that Mr. actually possesses such a heavenly flame. As an elite Dou-Di, Jin Yao was naturally well aware of the effects of the life spirit flame in her heart. She could not help but exclaim when she saw Xiao Yan take out the life spirit flame. It is said that Mr. is able to control many kinds of heavenly flames. In the past, I did not believe it. However, now that I have seen Mr.'s life spirit flame, I really cannot help but feel admiration. Although the heavenly flame was strong, it did not seem to attract Jin Yao. She could only involuntarily purse her lips and praise Xiao Yan a couple of times. After which, her pretty eyes once again landed on the life spirit flame between Xiao Yan's fingers. Compared to the heavenly flame, she seemed to be more interested in the 1,000-fan tree. Cuckoo, it is just a little trick. It is nothing. Xiao Yan laughed softly. He knew that Jin Yao was a little impatient at this moment. He did not say anything else. He opened and closed his palm. With a puffed sound, a cluster of jade-green flames rose from Xiao Yan's palm. Taking a few steps forward, Xiao Yan stood in front of the 1,000-fan tree. The green light reflected on Xiao Yan's body, making him look like a piece of jade. Owner Jean, this is the first time I've done something like reviving the 1,000-fan tree. Whether or not I succeed depends on the outcome. If it doesn't, don't worry, sir. The 1,000-fan tree is already a dead tree. If you don't come, it will only be placed here. It won't be betrayed. If you really can't revive the 1,000-fan tree, then the tree will be destroyed. However, if you can really revive it, then I can guarantee that you can take 3 things from the 1,000 medicine clinic. Xiao Yan's voice had yet to fade when Jin Yao's soft voice was transmitted over. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily moved when he heard her words. He was currently a truly poor person. He only had 3D-tier medicinal pills on him. It was likely that he would only be able to take away 2 or 3 things within this 1,000 medicinal house. Once this was the case, he might not have the chance to participate in the auction a couple of days later. Hence, the words from Jin Yao's mouth had undoubtedly caused Xiao Yan's heart to be moved. Cuckoo, in that case, I shall thank owner Jin first. As for reviving this 1,000-fan tree, I will definitely do my best. Xiao Yan nodded heavily. His hand, which was controlling the life spirit flame, suddenly swung backwards with great force. Immediately, jade-green flames swept out in all directions. It was like a huge fire net that completely wrapped around the 1,000-fan tree in front of Xiao Yan. A majestic life force immediately surged out from the heavenly flame the moment the life spirit flame surged out. It swiftly spread across the entire room. Immediately after, Jin Yao clearly saw that some of the medicinal ingredients in the air in the other room had their originally withered surfaces rapidly become green like new shoots. At the same time, waves of medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions from the other room, causing one to feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. Joy immediately surged onto Jin Yao's pretty face when she sensed the abnormality in the other room. This was because the life spirit flame had taken effect. Of course, although the other medicinal ingredients in the hall were acting strangely, the 1,000-fan tree in front of Xiao Yan did not react at all. The jade-green flame swiftly covered the entire 1,000-fan tree like liquid. At the same time, spiritual strength wildly surged out from between Xiao Yan's brows. He did his best to control the heavenly flame and slowly seeped into the interior of the 1,000-fan tree. For the sake of the promise that Jin Yao had made earlier, Xiao Yan was really going all out this time. Surging spiritual strength swept out like a flood, controlling the jade-green heavenly flame. With a thought from Xiao Yan, it gradually surged into the interior of the 1,000-fan tree. The dark green tree bark did not reveal the slightest life force. Xiao Yan could only attempt to use the heavenly flame to touch the life force in the deepest part of the 1,000-fan tree. Only by touching that life force would the life spirit flame be effective. The thick, tough trunk was like an impenetrable wall. Even though Xiao Yan expended a great deal of effort, to the point where many beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead, it was still extremely difficult for the life spirit flame to enter the trunk. Unfortunately, the life spirit flame was not suited for battle. There was no other way to enter the depths of the 1,000-fan tree apart from using spiritual strength to slowly push it in. As a result, Xiao Yan could only helplessly persevere even though he was mentally exhausted. If it was any other ancient tree that was less than a foot in diameter, Xiao Yan would have been able to easily penetrate it without using the heavenly flame. However, even though Xiao Yan did his best, the speed at which the heavenly flame entered the 1,000-fan tree was still pitifully slow. This slow process continued for a total of 6 hours. During these 6 hours, the expression on Xiao Yan's face had also changed from its initial indifference to a solemn one. Spurt, this continued until a certain moment when a slight muffled sound was suddenly emitted from within the dark green tree trunk. Immediately, Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face was filled with joy. A thought passed through his mind and the life spirit flame within the tree trunk swiftly rose. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, chi-chi sound was emitted from the tree trunk. The emotions in Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's hearts suddenly became anxious. As the life spirit flame rose, wisps of jade-green flames surged out from within the trunk. Immediately, the entire 1,000-fan tree seemed to be set ablaze. Xiao Yan and Jin Yao had no time to worry about this. They stared fixedly at the thousand-fan tree in front of them as they focused their minds. Their spiritual strength enveloped the surroundings of the thousand-fan tree as they probed for its presence at all times. However, reality was always so unsatisfactory. Even though the two of them stared blankly at the thousand-fan tree for a long time, the thousand-fan tree remained where it was like a statue. It did not move at all. Even with the support of the life-spirit flame, the thousand-fan tree did not change at all. In the end, we still failed. A long while later, just as the two of them felt dejected, just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his life-spirit flame, a soft cracking sound suddenly rang out from one of the branches of the thousand-fan tree. Even though the sound was extremely soft, Xiao Yan and Jin Yao still heard it clearly with their hearing. Immediately, the two of them raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. The depths of their eyes were filled with joy. However, in the next moment, when the two of them clearly saw where the sound had come from, their expressions became stunned once again. The excitement that had just risen in their hearts instantly plummeted. One could see that the branch, which was originally as hard as steel, had actually been forcefully split open and formed an inch-long crack line under the burning of the life-spirit flame. Following the focus of Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's gazes, even more crack lines gradually spread over the entire thousand-fan tree. At a glance, the entire tree appeared to have been covered by an enormous net. A disappointment swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's hearts. Who would have thought that the hope that the two of them had just found, after spending 6 hours, would be exchanged for such a dilapidated appearance? Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the thousand-fan tree would probably completely fall apart in no time. Sigh, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. With a thought, the life-spirit flame that was burning on the thousand-fan tree dissipated. However, the cracking sounds continued to ring out from the thousand-fan tree. Xiao Yan and Jin Yao exchanged glances with each other. The bewitching expression in Jin Yao's eyes quietly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a true expression of pity. Clearly, she really cared about the thousand-fan tree. However, since they had already fallen into such a state, there was nothing they could do. Mr. Xiao Yan, don't worry. It doesn't matter if the thousand-fan tree is destroyed. It's just however, before Jin Yao could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the thousand-fan tree. Soon after, a deep look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Soon after, it turned into an uncontrollable excitement. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed once again. The dejected expression on his face a moment ago instantly disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy, as though he had just survived a calamity. His originally pale face had turned red because of the scene that had appeared on the thousand-fan tree. At this moment, the emotions in their hearts could not be any more excited. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the thousand-fan tree that was originally riddled with cracks was slowly being exposed to the air as pieces of dark green bark fell from the tree trunk, revealing a brand new piece of green bark that looked like a newly sprouted bud. Chapter 5:14. As the dark green tree bark fell off, what appeared in Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's eyes was a brand new face that was as green as a tender sprout. The green branches were filled with life at a glance. In particular, the new sprouts that had sprouted from the branches made the thousand-fan tree glow with life. If the thousand-fan tree from before was an old man in his twilight years, then the one that had appeared before Xiao Yan and Jin Yao was a robust young man in his prime. The entire thousand-fan tree exuded a surging life force. The two of them felt the air around them become fresher, and the fragrance of grass wafted through the air, gradually filling the entire room. On the thousand-fan tree, green sprouts that were the size of chopsticks swiftly grew. Moreover, they rapidly became thick and solid at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In a short moment, they had already grown to the size of a person's pinky finger. On top of them, a fan-shaped leaf that was the size of a person's thumb had also grown. All of this was due to Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, the life spirit flames. It was because of the life spirit flames that the 1,000-fan tree could revive and grow so quickly. It had taken close to a year to do so. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Jin Yao's hearts were filled with joy. After a period of unbearable emotional turmoil, they had finally seen the outcome that they wanted to see. However, the 1,000-fan tree, which was swiftly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, once again came to a stop while Xiao Yan's duo were rejoicing in their hearts. The speed at which the leaves were spreading swiftly slowed until they came to a complete stop. The two of them could not help but be slightly stunned when they saw this. Soon after, Xiao Yan hurriedly returned to his senses. With a wave of his hand, the jade-green heavenly flame immediately surged out of the 1,000-fan tree, burning fiercely once again. Without the life spirit flames, even though the 1,000-fan tree had been revived, it was far too unrealistic for it to grow at the same speed as before. Hence, Xiao Yan could only helplessly summon the life spirit flames again and use the heavenly flame to stimulate the growth of the 1,000-fan tree. Seeing the leaves of the 1,000-fan tree slowly wriggle under the heat of the heavenly flames, Jin Yao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She patted her chest with her jade-like hand before turning around and bowing slightly. Her red lips pursed into a gentle smile. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan. Owner Jin, you are too kind." The 1,000-fan tree can be considered a mysterious tree. Although I have heard of it, I have never seen the real thing. Today, I am fortunate enough to see it. If I can save it, I will do my best. Xiao Yan did not dare to slight her when he heard this. He was really unable to endure being treated in such a manner by an elite Dodi. Haha, no matter what, I still have to thank Mr. Xiao Yan for saving the 1,000-fan tree. Of course, I will definitely not go back on what I said earlier. Today, as long as Mr. Xiao Yan takes a fancy to something in my 1,000 medicinal house, you can take 3 of them. Jin Yao smiled. She naturally half-believed Xiao Yan's words. After all, with the promise she had made, Xiao Yan would naturally do his best. Of course, she did not doubt the position of her 1,000-fan tree in Xiao Yan's heart. The value of the 1,000-fan tree was enough to cause an origin transformation expert to be moved. As a bandit and an alchemist, how could Xiao Yan's heart not be moved? Xiao Yan immediately let out a long sigh of relief when he heard Jin Yao's words. He had said so much, but the words he wanted to hear the most were from the woman in front of him. Haha, thank you very much, Owner Jin. Xiao Yan immediately laughed as he cupped his hands toward Jin Yao. At the same time, a fiery hot expression gradually surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes. However, just as Jin Yao was about to lead Xiao Yan into the other room, the heavenly flame on the 1,000-fan tree was extinguished once again. At the same time, the growing 1,000-fan tree stopped once again. Ugh, the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's faces were involuntarily startled when they saw this scene. Immediately, the two of them exchanged glances with each other and quickly knit their brows together. Everyone knew that the 1,000-fan tree grew very slowly. Its leaves were extremely valuable medicinal ingredients, but only those that were over 100 years old could be used. The 1,000-fan tree produced leaves extremely slowly. It would only produce a single leaf every 10 years, so the leaf could only be used after 100 years of growth. Now, she finally had the life spirit flame to catalyze it. However, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao involuntarily caused Jin Yao to feel a sense of pity in her heart. If she had the life spirit flames to nurture it over a long period of time, she believed that she would be able to obtain at least 100-year-old leaves in less than a month. However, without the heavenly flame, the 1,000-fan tree would have to return to its normal growth speed. Jin Yao sighed softly in her heart. It was a long while later before she once again lifted her pretty eyes and looked at Xiao Yan. Her long and narrow eyes that were filled with charm revealed a sigh. Her red lips were slightly pursed. In the next moment, a soft voice that caused one's entire body to feel numb was slowly spat out from Jin Yao's small cherry mouth. Mr. Xiaoyan, hearing this soft voice that was even more frightening than a female ghost, Xiaoyan could not help but shiver. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was really unable to accept being addressed in such a manner by an elite Dodi. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly. The corner of his mouth twitched as he awkwardly asked. District Owner Jean, is there anything else? Seeing Xiaoyan's flattered manner, the expression on Jean Yao's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. She immediately withdrew it and once again smiled at Xiaoyan. Mr. Xiaoyan, you should also know that the growth of the 1,000-fan tree's leaves requires an extremely long period of time. That kind of almost unlimited time is not something that we humans can compare with. Therefore, I hope that I can. Don't tell me that District Owner Jean wants to borrow my heavenly flame. Before Jean Yao finished speaking, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask in a frivolous manner. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Jean Yao could not help but smile awkwardly. She immediately knit her eyebrows and clenched her silver teeth. She once again faced Xiaoyan and said, I have no choice but to do this. The growth of the 1,000-fan leaves is really too slow. If Mr. Xiaoyan can lend the life spirit flame to me, I am willing to give you 1/5 of the 1,000-fan leaves on the 1,000-fan tree. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He did not expect that Jean Yao would actually go to such an extent for the 1,000-fan tree. Soon after, Jean Yao once again opened her mouth and said, at the same time, I will also owe Mr. Xiaoyan a favor. Mr. Xiaoyan should be able to understand how important a favor from an elite Dodi is. Hearing Jean Yao's words, Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed. His heart also began to waver. Currently, he and the 4 great sects were like fire and water. Sooner or later, they would meet. What he lacked was an elite Dodi class expert. Even though Jean Yao could not always be by his side to protect him, if she could owe Xiaoyan a favor, it was likely that she would be of great help to Xiaoyan in the future. No matter where she was, no one would dare to underestimate a Dodi class expert. After thinking for a while in his heart, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He immediately nodded fiercely at Jean Yao in front of him and said, all right. Chapter 5:15. In the other room, Xiaoyan extended his hand. With a thought, a jade-green heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiaoyan's palm. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, the temperature in the other room rapidly increased. A scorching aura filled the entire room, causing even the air to become scorching hot. Joy involuntarily appeared in Jean Yao's beautiful eyes when she saw the life spirit flame in front of her once again. Compared to its ordinary appearance from before, this cluster of jade-green flames now had the appearance of a heavenly flame. After taking out the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan finally lifted his head and looked at Jean Yao. He smiled faintly and said, District Owner Jean, due to some personal reasons, the heavenly flame cannot completely leave my body. Therefore, although I can lend the heavenly flame to District Owner Jean, I can only separate the seed flames from it. I hope District Owner Jean can understand this. Hearing this, Jean Yao's pretty face was first startled. Soon after, she chuckled and said, Mr. Xiaoyan is too serious. Mr. Xiaoyan's words are too serious. You are already extremely benevolent by lending the heavenly flame to me. The heavenly flame originally belongs to Mr. Xiaoyan. Why would I force you? Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled once again. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on the life flame. Looking at the life flame that was dancing nimbly between his palms, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with a beautiful flame. Soon after, with a thought, the jade-green flame in his hand began to tremble violently. After a few breaths, a jade-green flame the size of a fist was separated from Xiaoyan's palm. Xiaoyan controlled the cluster of jade-green flame with his mind and delivered it to Jean Yao. He smiled and said, Don't worry. He smiled and said, because this life flame is a seed flame, its catalytic effect will be much weaker than the main body. However, it should be half as effective. It's enough that Mr. Xiao Yan is willing to lend me the heavenly fire. After all, this is much faster than letting the 1,000-fan tree grow on its own. No matter what, I still have to thank Mr. Xiao Yan. Jin Yao smiled and nodded towards Xiao Yan when she heard this. A seed flame was after all a seed flame. It was normal for its strength to be inferior to its main body. Fortunately, not only had the 1,000-fan tree been revived, but she had also obtained a heavenly flame like the life flame. This was considered worth it for her. However, she still could not bear to give up 1/5 of the 1,000-fan tree's leaves. She had been waiting for the 1,000-fan tree to grow for countless years. Now that she had to hand it over to someone else, she was extremely reluctant. However, the words had already been spoken, and they could not be taken back. Now, he could only hand the leaf of the 1,000-fan tree to Xiao Yan. Of course, if it was someone else, as an elite Dodi, they could naturally ignore Xiao Yan. However, Jin Yao was different. Being a woman, she was able to reach this stage and even establish herself in this Yan city where there were many Dodi. Naturally, she had her own outstanding points. When she saw Xiao Yan for the first time, her intuition as a woman told her that this little fellow in front of her, whose strength appeared to be no more than a 6-star half-martial emperor, was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. In fact, she had even faintly sensed a dangerous aura from Xiao Yan's body. Jin Yao might have been doubtful about her instincts at the beginning, but she ultimately chose to believe them. She would rather believe in the peace in front of her than to deny the potential danger. Jin Yao wrapped the heavenly flame in front of her with Do Qi and absorbed it into her body. Her pretty eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yan. She pursed her lips and said, I have promised Mr. Xiao Yan earlier that if you are able to lend me the heavenly flame, I will be willing to give Mr. 1/5 of the 1,000-fan leaves on the 1,000-fan tree. I will keep my word. Jin Yao raised her hand after saying these words. Her delicate finger gently pointed. Immediately, a bright Do Qi light shot out from Jin Yao's finger in an attempt to pluck 1/5 of the leaves from the 1,000-fan tree. District Mistress Jin, please wait. However, just as Jin Yao was about to act, Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly emitted, stopping Jin Yao's actions. District Mistress Jin, I am aware of the value of the 1,000-fan leaves. I am also aware that these 1,000-fan leaves have grown for hundreds or thousands of years. It is not easy for them to grow. I should not so easily pluck them. The expression on Jin Yao's face hardened when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan was actually willing to give up on the 1,000-fan leaves. It should be known that a 1,000-fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that even an elite Dodi could not help but be tempted by. However, Xiao Yan was able to give up with such a firm tone even though the treasure was right in front of him. It must be said that this determination was not something that an ordinary person could possess. However, Jin Yao had just praised Xiao Yan in her heart when Xiao Yan's words immediately caused the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face to harden. Could it be that she had misjudged the Xiao Yan in front of her? District Mistress Jin, can I take a piece of the 1,000-fan leaf that has just grown? Ugh, the words that were immediately transmitted from Xiao Yan's mouth caused the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face to become a little dull. She really did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually make such a request. Who would give up a 1,000-year-old 1,000-fan leaf to pursue a newly grown shoot? This was really neglecting the essentials. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that no one would be able to resist spitting at him. However, Jin Yao immediately understood what was going on. The black-robed young man in front of her seemed to be even more outstanding than she had imagined. With the life spirit flame in his hand, as long as Xiao Yan was able to obtain a single leaf from the 1,000-fan tree, he would be able to use it to grow a new 1,000-fan tree. Why would he need Jin Yao's 1,000-fan leaf? Xiao Yan's actions not only allowed him to obtain the 1,000-fan leaf, but also allowed him to thank Jin Yao. This caused her to feel even more grateful toward Xiao Yan. It could be said that he had killed two birds with one stone. Moreover, this would also be of great help to Xiao Yan in the future. A great favor from an elite Do Di was enough to allow Xiao Yan to move unimpeded in the Shilin region. Mr. Xiao Yan, even I am ashamed of my inferiority to your calculations. After thinking through all this, Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile that could charm all living things. Her watery eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, as though she wanted to swallow him whole. Being stared at by the woman in front of him in such a manner, Xiao Yan could not help but smile embarrassedly. District owner Jin must be joking. The reason why I am doing this is so that both of us can obtain what we need. I know that district owner Jin values the 1,000-fan tree greatly. I just don't want to take away what you love. However, district owner Jin, I believe that this deal between us will definitely not disappoint you. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. After which, he quickly opened his mouth and said, District owner Jin is indeed right. A favor from an elite Do Di is indeed very valuable. However, district owner Jin should also be clear about the favor from a rank 3 alchemist. Chapter 5:16. Rank 3 Alchemist. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face could not help but be shocked when she heard Xiao Yan's words. A rank 3 alchemist was someone who could even move a Do Di. Could it be that the Xiao Yan in front of her was actually a rank 3 alchemist? Astonishment involuntarily surged in Jin Yao's heart when she thought of this. Such a young rank 3 alchemist. It was likely that this was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Mr. Xiao Yan is actually a rank 3 alchemist. Even though she felt shocked in her heart, Jin Yao could not help but ask Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled but did not reply. His face revealed an expression that did not appear to be fake. At the same time, his white palm slowly extended 2 fingers toward Jin Yao. A thought passed through his mind and a light flashed between his 2 fingers. A medicinal formula filled with various medicinal ingredients appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Seeing this scene, Jin Yao could not help but gently raise her eyebrows. She extended her hand and received the medicinal formula that Xiao Yan handed to her. Jin Yao's gaze slowly swept across the rows of medicinal ingredients listed in the medicinal formula. The gaze in her beautiful eyes gradually became solemn. Although she could not recognize what kind of medicinal pill this medicinal formula was, from the medicinal ingredients required, it was undoubtedly a medicinal formula for a rank 3 medicinal pill. This medicinal formula was naturally the medicinal formula for the rank 3 medicinal pill, the Bodhisattva returning pill. In order to make it easier to find those medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yan had first written down the medicinal ingredients on a piece of paper before he left. District owner Jin, please help me take a look. Is it possible for district owner Jin to gather all the medicinal ingredients in this medicinal formula? Jin Yao knitted her eyebrows and shook her head. Her gaze once again swept across the medicinal formula in her hand. Only then did she look at Xiao Yan and said, Mr. Xiao Yan thinks too highly of me. My 1,000 medicinal house may have a great collection, but I can at most find 2 of the medicinal ingredients in your medicinal formula. As for the rest, I do not have them. After all, most of the medicinal ingredients are extremely precious. If you wish to gather all of them, it is likely that only a larger medicinal house or the Alchemist Alliance would be able to gather all of them. Hearing the mention of the Alchemist Alliance, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed. The Alchemist Alliance was a faction directly under the Pill Tower. If he could enter it, it would be of great help to Xiao Yan. Haha, that's right. Given Mr. Xiao Yan's status as a rank 3 alchemist, if you take the initiative to join the Alchemist Alliance, those fellows will definitely take the initiative to help Xiao Yan gather all the medicinal ingredients. Appearing to have seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts, Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled as she spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change. However, he laughed embarrassedly in his heart. Did this woman in front of him really think that he was a rank 3 alchemist? I am temporarily not interested in joining the Alchemist Alliance. We will talk about this in the future. However, I wonder if owner Jean will agree to my request. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao involuntarily frowned. She did not expect that the Xiao Yan in front of her would actually be able to say such shocking words to the Alchemist Alliance, which tens of thousands of alchemists wanted to join. If other alchemists were to hear this, it was likely that they would not be able to resist attacking him. Jin Yao clicked her tongue and sighed in her heart. Immediately, she gave Xiao Yan a bewitching smile. She extended her hand and a thought passed through her mind. An invisible strength agglomerated in the air. Under the control of Jin Yao's mind, it plucked a palm-sized 1,000-fan leaf from the 1,000-fan tree and delivered it to Xiao Yan. Looking at the 1,000-fan leaf in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily lit up. He clasped his hands together towards Jin Yao and said with a smile, "Thank you, owner Jin." After speaking, Xiao Yan carefully placed the palm-sized 1,000-fan leaf in his palm. Soon after, he swiftly took out a jade box and placed it into his storage ring. Mr. Xiao Yan, you don't have to be so courteous. Just like you said, we are just taking what we need. This 1,000-fan leaf is something that you should have. Jin Yao merely smiled when she saw this. That smile really caused an evil fire to grow. If Xiao Yan's mental strength was not extraordinary, it was likely that just this smile alone would be sufficient to cause a calamity to befall him. Coughing dryly, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze with an unnatural expression. Jin Yao pursed her red lips slightly. Soon after, she once again spoke to Xiao Yan in a gentle voice. "May I know if Mr. Xiao Yan needs the medicinal ingredients on this prescription?" And these, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Xiao Yan's old face. Soon after, he took out another piece of paper with the medicinal ingredients needed for the ice spirit pill and handed it to Jin Yao. Jin Yao's gaze roughly swept over it and involuntarily frowned. On the list that Xiao Yan handed to her, a portion of the medicinal ingredients on it caused her to feel extremely troubled. "I really don't know what medicinal pill you are refining. The medicinal ingredients needed are actually things that only some high-tier medicinal pills can use." Jin Yao involuntarily clicked her tongue and exclaimed at Xiao Yan. When the latter heard this, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Seeing this, Jin Yao involuntarily used her hand to gently rub her forehead. The two pill formulas that Xiao Yan had consecutively taken out seemed to cause this D-class expert in front of her to feel an endless headache. "Ugh! Mr. Xiao Yan, you have really given me a huge surprise." It was a long while later when Jin Yao finally smiled bitterly at Xiao Yan with a helpless face. Seeing Jin Yao's appearance, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank. The heart in his chest also began to beat faster at this moment. My 1,000 medicinal house does indeed possess the medicinal ingredients that Mr. Xiao Yan needs. However, Mr. Xiao Yan should not hold too much hope. This is because my 1,000 medicinal house can only take out 5 of these 2 medicinal formulas when they are added together. As for the remaining medicinal ingredients, please forgive me for being unable to provide them even though I have the heart. Jin Yao gently shook her head and casually returned the 2 pill formulas to Xiao Yan as she spoke. Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to find 2 or 3 medicinal ingredients this time. However, Jin Yao's answer had exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. 5 medicinal ingredients. From Xiao Yan's point of view, this trip was already worth it. After all, the medicinal ingredients recorded on the 2 pill formulas were all extremely precious in this world. Even if they were placed on the market, they were existences that had a price but no supply. At this moment, Xiao Yan was able to find 5 of them in this 1,000 medicinal house. This was already quite a big surprise to him. 5, This is already enough. Xiao Yan smiled. The worry on his face had already disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a satisfied smile.